Well. Good morning, crew. How we doing?
Good morning. Championship Sunday.
Yeah. Championship Sunday, Youth Challenge Nationals, virtual event. Here we are. Looking forward to a good day. So got Daryl Bradley with you. Got Katie Rayner, Mitch Ryu on tech for us today. Thank you, sir. It's going to be a good day.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
A little overlay, little championship stepladder. Here we get things going. So as we know, first match of the day, we're going to have Newfoundland playing Saskatchewan. And then the winner of this game will advance to play Ontario. Yep. Winner of that game advances on to play Alberta. And then the final winner of that one will advance to play BC, who was first place overall. So good for them.
Yeah. Lots of great bowling yesterday. Lots of teams were fighting really hard to get into the championship side, and some massive scores were being put up.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be on the stream with Alberta, where they broke our national record. So 16:07. I think I called 16:06 with about 2 frames to go, maybe. and they got
They had to prove you
16.
wrong.
Yeah, just wrong.
Got
So,
you by
Yeah.
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was good. We're going to pull in our commentators here as well, guest commentators who have done a fantastic job over the weekend for Newfoundland and Saskatchewan. So our friends, we'll bring in Jeff Young, we'll bring in Bill Brooks. How we doing? How we doing, gents? Jeff, we'll start with you. Obviously, Newfoundland, other side of the country, they're happy to be in the Stepladder. Things are good there this morning.
Yeah, we're hoping for a really good day today. We have a good batch of bowlers, and they're primed to throw the shots when they need to. They've been kind of battling this whole tournament so far and throwing, big 8, 9, and 10 frames, most matches. So I think they're primed for a good day today.
Good. I know they obviously had a great first few games, a little bit of a slow finish playing Northern Ontario there, where they could have moved up into the standings, but still holding on to 4th spot and into the championship. At the end of the day, that's what matters, doesn't it?
For sure.
And Bill, for Saskatchewan, heck of a day yesterday, 6-5, 8-5 to get themselves into 41 points into the Stepladder as well. I'm sure the crew's feeling good about that.
Yeah, they're pretty excited. They had a great day yesterday. They came out a little slow against Quebec in the first one, but then they won the next 4 and needed them all. So great job. They're all excited, pumped up to be in the championship round. So they're in the show.
Good to hear. I think our cameras are ready there, so we're doing pretty good. We've got some extra little graphics and stuff like that we can show throughout the day. Obviously, you guys know the routine. We can talk about players, player bios. There's lots of things to talk about and whatnot. So let's just have a little look at the layout. We're all looking good there. So the crew's up on there, almost ready. Let's do rosters if you don't mind. So we'll start with 5th place, Saskatchewan. Bill, please.
Absolutely. We have Taylor Kerr, Haley Anderson-Nielsen, Marissa Gaiori, Trevor Cox, Braden Akers, Charlie Chucky Spitzak, and coaching we have Sean Hilborn and the birthday girl today, Karen Kirkland, and they're bowling out of the Minto Rec Center in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan.
Ooh, a little play for your coach's birthday. Is that the team motto today?
Yeah, what a gift that would be, hey?
A little run. And Jeff, how about Newfoundland?
For sure. Newfoundland Labrador is bowling in Holiday Lanes in St. John's, Newfoundland. Roster is Vanessa Elliott Lynch, Abby Tiller, Jenna Lee Bowers, Carter Belbin, Luke Walsh, and Cody Jacobs, the two-hander.
Who's been getting lots of airtime, us talking about the two-hander and changing the game. I like to see it, right?
I haven't seen
sure.
Jacob, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, he's got lots of rotation on that ball.
Okay, I think from my end, we're good to go. Tech end, Mitch, you're good to go there?
Yeah, everything's looking good to me.
Okay, we'll go like this. Have a little good to go. Game on. Bowlers can take their first balls and be ready to rock and roll.
Let's have a great match. All comes down to this, all the preparation and mental imagery and imagining ourselves in the moment.
And it's definitely a feat. This game is kind of that one where if you can win this one and run your way up to the top, that gold feels really good after running a whole stepladder to get yourself there.
Yeah, I've seen some teams, once they were able to get some momentum yesterday, I look at an Alberta, even in the first day, you start getting one game under your belt, you go second and third. Newfoundland was similar yesterday, had 3 really solid ones, 4 really solid ones, really, 8-6, 8-8. I mean, that's just a monster day. And that's what they're looking to do here today, right? Is to, 4 games, get on a roll.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. And I think, if you look at the pathway to gold, if you're in the 4 or 5 position, playing this match, like that's going to be a gauntlet of teams to have to beat. You have strong competition all the way through. It's going to be an absolute minefield to kind of navigate to claim gold if you're in this spot here.
Yeah, it's not an easy road.
No, for sure.
Manitoba did it last year, though, so It's possible.
That's right.
Go Cody with the first shot.
Got the C5 president wishing everybody good luck. Some fans from Saskatchewan, along with the 100 people watching right now.
That's a great start, isn't it?
It's a great start. Yeah.
I'm looking. I wasn't sure which lane to be on. 2
I guess
seconds.
I did that a couple of times yesterday too, Mitch.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you're bowling on the other lane.
Look at that. All right. That means I can line up the
There, that's the right lane.
That looks perfect.
right. You get the. I like it when the pins are lined up.
Couple opens to start the match.
Probably feeling the first frame jitters, especially in such an important match for the day.
My palms are sweaty.
I wanted to pull up there's a couple of these we can do.
But if you can win this first one, though, then you've got a game under your belt going in against Ontario, right?
Exactly.
For sure. Yeah, you get yourself a little bit of momentum. You know, you kind of get yourself into a rhythm. Playing a team that's cold, you know, you can maybe jump them the first few frames and get yourself an advantage. So yeah, I mean, taking this one here, you'd be well on your way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's always the people that think about it in the two different ways, right? You can either be that one that's running the step ladder and go, well, we're warm. We have the couple games warm up before we get to that gold medal match. And then you have the people go, but we didn't have to play all those games. So we're still not tired. We have lots of energy, but it can go either way depending on how a team looks at it and how they jump on those first couple frames.
For sure.
And I think too, you kind of know who's hot, right? You're kind of playing a guessing game the first few frames, you know, if you're coming in cold, but if someone's really feeling it, you already know before you've started that first frame, that person's, you know, got a little bit of rhythm going and you know, that maybe plays out your lineup a little bit easier than if you're just trying to come out from scratch.
For sure. And who are we kidding? These are like our youth players. They got tons of energy. Playing 4 games today is nothing.
That's
It's not
right.
the adults where we're like, we just want to like have that break before.
There's a little bit of a difference though, right? Like the number one overall, BC, they don't have a second life, you know? So
Right.
I think as adults, we often get that second life or that double knockout that if you lose the first one, you still got a second one to worry about. But
Yeah,
whereas these
exactly.
ones, you know, so anybody running that step ladder, you're going to be playing, you know, cold, if you will, teams that you're up to next. So you got to win under your belt, whereas the team has to come in and establish real early that they're ready to play.
But you think too, someone like BC, you know, they'll get this to get a normal night's sleep. They don't have to be up early. You know, it's afternoon here in Newfoundland, but you know, they'd be getting up early to start bowling. You know, to get a proper sleep in and get themselves all geared up and ready. I know they're not our ages, so they don't have to worry about the stretching and whatnot. But if they choose to stretch, you know, they have time to do that before they start. They don't have to get right into it bright and early.
Stretching.
Yeah.
What?
But you're right. Yeah, you know, we're athletes. They're athletes. You still need to stretch and be ready to go.
100%.
Tough
So the
head
first
to-
time this
Yeah.
team met up in the round robin, Saskatchewan threw 1,026 to Newfoundland's 1,189, and Newfoundland took 7 points in their first matchup
On day one, right?
on day one. Yeah, that was day one. Game 3, I believe.
I think we had a slow falling right corner pin for Vanessa in the first frame there. I just have to fix that on the screen.
Oh, just about.
It was basically the same shot Cody had in his first one.
So coming into this game, do you think that plays a little bit in Saskatchewan's mind that they've already played this Newfoundland Labrador team and were not able to come out with the victory? Or does it kind of give them that, we want that revenge, payback, our turn now?
Well,
that's
being
a-
from Regina, you know, revengers. We always want revenge here in Saskatchewan. But I don't think
Yeah,
it's really a
I
big
get-
concern what happened in the round robin to these guys because they know, they know they didn't bowl their best. That wasn't a representation of their game against Newfoundland, and
For sure.
I think they're wiping the slate clean, and this is a whole new day.
Yeah, Marissa had a 250 in that game and won, whereas Braden Akers had a 261 and lost that game.
Right. So they just came up against the Newfoundland Labrador team when they were hot.
Yeah.
Oh, great ball.
There's-
that was a great ball. Yeah.
I loved watching in the
hands it-
Saskatchewan game yesterday, just the emotion and like the excitement as they were throwing those strikes.
And we talked about that a little bit yesterday on the Newfoundland streams as well, where it's definitely a difference. And you would know, having bowled the 5-pin Pro League, where the emotion doesn't carry over to the other team nearly as much. If you're on a roll and you're getting fired up, that doesn't affect the other team just because they don't feel it, they don't experience it the same. But it's good to see. I love seeing the emotion on the lanes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and also no, Jeff, because I see that if you run a few strikes, and Charlie here's a great example. He looks like a high energy guy that he threw that first strike and then was fist pumping. So if the next one goes fist pumping, third one goes fist pumping, they are still watching a stream at their house. There's got to be a setup that they're
while
watching.
I agree with you that I do agree with you there, but the emotion of it doesn't carry over. It's just watching something on the screen. It being someone who really strives on playing that secondary game of bowling where you're intimidating or trying to rile up the other team, like that just doesn't translate the same on a screen than feeling it. And then we also talk too, like, I guess it goes the other way too, where sometimes you get situations where people are a little bit put off by maybe a hand slap that someone feels is directed at somebody. Like you don't have to worry about those hard feelings because you're not experiencing it, firsthand. It's not right in your face. It's, just watching it on a screen. It's just a different dynamic, I guess.
Yeah, when you get a team that's running 4, 5, 8, 12 strikes in a row, you can just look at that screen and you can see, and that they're having a good time and feeling loose and going, that you start to tense up and tighten up like, oh boy, the Toppler roses are starting to go here, right? Like it's, you can't stop the train sometimes. So then again, can you start to do different things on the stream to, and you reset the pins, wait for a ball? I don't know, right? Like little, the game outside the game.
It is a different dynamic having it be this virtual setting than in person when you can have that feed off each other and play off each other a little bit.
Nice double there for Jenna.
And a lot of these bowlers too, they've got the experience in high pressure situations already, face to face with other bowlers, whether it be they're bowling in pro leagues or WCBT or MBT, and I mean, at the ages that they're at, they are well more seasoned than, say we were when we were that age, I would think.
100%.
Yeah.
They just have the exposure that we never did. So it's great for the game. It's absolutely great for the game.
Taylor with a nice double over on the Saskatchewan side. Vanessa just couldn't get that corner to fall and then misses the spare.
And just to quickly point out, the Newfoundland Labrador scoreboard does not include marks in the totals, so add an extra 60 on top of what they currently have.
Math.
That's right. Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
That's right.
I got you.
Yeah, got you, bud. Yeah.
75 now, actually. So 166 on the side of Newfoundland Labrador.
Great shot by Carter at the bottom.
Bunch of these to show here as we go. So just a quick little look here. This is day 2, some high scores. So look at that quad that Nathan Wukowicz had, 12-10 yesterday.
My goodness, that's impressive.
Wild.
Carter Belbin from Newfoundland, the 1054.
There's been some really big scores this week. I was looking and there's 5 ladies who are averaging over 260.
Yeah.
8 in total over 250.
The amount of 6-baggers and 7-baggers we saw yesterday also was just wild.
A
And
big
on that
double
corner,
up top from Haley there.
you see Vanessa, there, a couple of Newfoundlanders on the women's high four, and then Taylor Kerr. So look at these girls; they're playing here right now. Good to
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, definitely a big reason why they are where they are right now.
I know we even had some 1,000 triples, specifically in from Alberta to finish out the last
Yeah.
3 games.
For sure. Yeah. A little bit of a ball gem on Saskatchewan side.
Got Corley White Fury on it.
Do you guys know in the centers where these kids are bowling right now for Championship Sunday, is there a big crowd behind them? Is there lots of people in the bowling alley, or are most people watching online?
I know for Newfoundland that they've had some pretty decent people showing up. I've talked to a few people that said that they were on their way or they're already there. So the one thing that I have noticed, even when watching the Rock and Rollers Bowl in the Pro League, that there always seems to be a bit of a crowd that'll follow these. They're very passionate about bowl. That's the biggest takeaway that I took when Jen and I moved here, was the passion for 5-pin bowling is just unparalleled.
Yeah. And I've seen a couple reels come out from the Newfoundland Labrador Facebook page. So Megan must have been in the house at some point in time.
Yeah,
content.
she's doing some good work. Yeah, for sure.
Great.
Marissa, you talk Charlie's energy.
I know. They must have had the pregame chat, like, come with energy.
Yeah.
Throw your ball, get your next person fired up, and you can see it for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Newfoundland not letting go either. They have 3 marks on the board already in the 3rd frame, just that one corner that didn't go. But they are pushing through as well.
On that note of like Newfoundland being a community there, Jeff, obviously Alberta and specifically Edmonton, we've always, prided ourselves on being a very tight-knit community and very supportive and inclusive around here. But it just, over the last number of years, I've seen so many more areas that have come also that need to be mentioned. The Calgary's has gotten all closer. Obviously Newfoundland, we talked about. Winnipeg, we've talked about too. So it's great to see that there's lots of places around the country that are gathering and rallying together and building themselves up, right?
For sure. And I feel like for Newfoundland specifically, the work put in by like Melissa Manor and Megan Shane and Brad for the MPT has been absolutely pivotal for a lot of these young bowlers getting that exposure and getting that experience where, like even on a league night now, we see these kids come in and they're not even, if they're not bowling, they're there watching. And they are, right into the whole culture of 5-pin bowling in Newfoundland, and that's just what has made it so strong. And there's no mistake why you've seen a huge push in the last few years for Newfoundland at the national stage, where there is some success coming, and I do think that team and a lot of the grassroots coaching are very very responsible for that happening.
Knock the camera a little bit. I'll fix that right away.
Now, Jeff, have you seen Cody Jacobs play in person? I'm sure you have.
I actually haven't. No.
Okay, this double hand really looks natural, and I mean, I've questioned. There's a bowler here in Alberta, Eli McDonald, and great bowler that is his age. But I've been the one that sort of, can he sustain it long term as he continues to get bigger and stronger?
Yeah.
But looking at Cody, absolutely, I'm a believer for sure. So
For sure.
I support change and evolution of the game. So good to see something a little bit different.
He's from Corner Brook, so with me not being here for more than a season, I haven't seen him in person yet bowl.
Gotcha.
But I mean, following the footsteps of Carolyn Skanes, like she was a absolute elite top bowler out of Newfoundland that was a 2-hand bowler, back, a few years ago now. And I'm all for it. I think it's fantastic, especially after seeing him throw the ball. I just think he's got a pretty smooth delivery. I'm all about the rotation. So, getting good junk on the ball, as long as, like you said, if he continues to grow, if he's able to kind of harvest his style to, keep that smoothness and consistency. I'm all about it. I think it's fantastic.
I was shocked to read yesterday that this Charlie, that his high game is only a 346. I feel like he's a type of bowler that would just run 7-8 strikes, gets hot and just goes with it.
It's
But
coming.
It's
He's
I
coming.
was going to say all in due time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like that's
The way he
a
bowls.
lot of these bowlers. Yeah, I'd say a lot of these bowlers in this tournament across the board, across the country, and you're looking at their high scores or high triples, and you're just looking at them saying, "Yeah, but I mean, like that's going to get smashed anytime, any day now.
Yeah.
That's going to be an
Yeah.
old record. You're going to have a new record. Like you can just see the talent just oozing out of each and every one of these bowlers."
For sure. And then
think it
there's
was-
some where you're like, how 14-year-olds are bowling 1,060 triples.
Right.
I quit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I watch these kids bowl, and I just think, you know what? Maybe it's time to retire, just be done with it.
It's just so nice to see the talent that is going to be coming into the adult world,
Yes.
the adult ranks, and that this is the future of our sport. We're all getting old. We can't sustain being that competitive forever. And if we want our sport to stay alive, this is it. These are the kids that we're going to start seeing at the Open, at Masters tournaments, at nationals for years and years to come. And it's just so nice to be able to say, like, we got to see them when they were, YBC nationals virtual, commentating on them. These are going to be those future Hall of Famers, right?
Yeah.
I
Love it.
I kind of look at it like, if you like remember back and you'd see like a kid bowling and it was, a son or daughter of a premier bowler, and you can just watch that, progression of their game and understanding of the game. And I think the way things are with social media, having, WCBT and, Club Tour, MBT and stuff like that they have the access to the top bowlers across the board where, like you'd think like a son or a daughter would have a little bit of advantage of, tapping from the well. And I think that it's kind of opened it up a little bit more where you're just seeing kids that love bowling are able to tap into that well as opposed to just being family members. I think that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Saskatchewan unable to capitalize on a few marks there. So
Speaking of the kids beating the parents, they bowled an 808 triple and narrowly beat them with an 807.
Yeah.
Thanks for the comment.
So Newfoundland had a great frame 4, 5 marks on the board. Saskatchewan, they have the double working at the top, but then not a lot else going on from there on. Newfoundland sitting at 400 so far after 4 frames, if you count in all of those marks without the counts. So after 4, it's a really tight game.
That Saskatchewan scoreboard that shows the number of marks was a little bit of a topic yesterday when we talk about how many would you want to be at the end of a game for a team. I'll put that question to you guys. Jeff, what would be an ideal team number to have marks?
I mean, obviously you want to max it right out.
Wow. I mean, we're not going to get the 50,
Yeah, I don't know, like
50, what is it, 60 marks? No. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
60.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that'd be fantastic. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if either team right now is on pace to kind of be like where I would be very comfortable at. But
Ham bone.
yes, if you're looking at like, I don't know, like 40 would be fantastic kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I was thinking
like
40,
you can have a
40 and a
couple-
half per frame.
Yeah. You can have a couple opens per bowler, you might have a 10th frame here and there that'll rob you of multiple marks. But I think that would be a pretty realistic desire anyway.
I don't know if anybody's really measuring that stat, but I do like the fact that Saskatchewan has it on there, that it would be something I'd like to go back on and to count, right? Sometimes look at those little anomalies and see, how many, and it's just like
Sure.
the number of balls thrown in a game per when the individual bowler is that
This
number.
Saskatchewan team, yesterday when we had them on, they were playing Manitoba. And I think at one point in time, they had 27 marks in a row or something.
Oh, wow.
24,
Incredible.
27,
Wow.
something
Yeah.
like that. I'd have to go back and look, but
Yeah.
it was like a wild run of strikes and spares, and it was well over 20. So
I'd like to see what Alberta's game had when they had the 1607, just saying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
How many
Yeah,
marks?
maybe in the 50s.
Yeah, right? Like, so
I'm kind of like I'm a 10. I'm a 10-pin nut, so like I really watch a lot of PBA stuff, a lot of streams for PBA, and they're very analytical in their stats. Where they like something like this from Marks is fantastic, and I do think like we could learn a little bit more about our successes if we kind of took some of their maybe stats that they go through and kept track of them. The big stat that I absolutely love in 10-pin is strike percentage on strikes. Meaning that if you have a strike, how many times do you throw the next one?
The double.
And and then you look at those like the guys that are their points leaders every year, and you see that strike on strike percentage. It's usually pretty telling to show why they are where they are at.
Yeah. Marissa falling out of her shot just a little bit there, letting it go wide.
Yeah. However, Newfoundland and Labrador is living up to the Katie hype with the strike or marks in a row. Just got to make this corner. We'll have 2 straight frames. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they have a camera. Like they must be listening to the commentary, because the first game that I watched yesterday, Abby was struggling a little bit after a few frames, and we were talking about when you make a move, and then I think she marked the rest of the game. It's like she knew that we were kind of asking that question, and she pulled the socks up a little bit, and then she I don't think she opened. She ended up winning her game.
Yeah. So after 5, with those marks counting in, 543 for Newfoundland and Labrador.
I had a couple of moments yesterday too where you could see the kids, they were waiting for their opponent to finish their frame, and they would come up on the screen and give the thumbs up, and you could see that they were listening for sure to what we were saying. So somebody in the house is either passing it along, or they've got to just blasting across the PA system, maybe. Hey,
yeah,
for sure. And then if they're listening in, then I have some words for the Newfoundland team, because I heard the first day that they thought Lonnie Akers was me, and they were wondering why he was commentating Saskatchewan. So, for those bowlers in particular that might have said that, I'm coming for you. I don't know if Lonnie should be offended, or I feel sorry for him if that's the comparison that he gets these days. But yeah,
I think we're all offended.
Yeah, speaking of Lonnie Akers, unfortunately, Braden, his son, is having a bit of a tough one here to start with. 3 punches and a couple of errant shots on the first, but not too far out of his match. So hopefully ability to stay in it. And we know that we've seen Braden, throw some big shots here. So 245 average so far in the tournament.
Has a couple
lot.
Ooh, almost
tipped it. Yeah.
So 511 to 543, but Newfoundland running with those 5 marks. Saskatchewan just has the double working at top, and then 1 more strike on the board.
Remind me, Tech Mitch, Saskatchewan marks, does it count on their score total?
It does.
Okay.
Another good ball right there.
Because Haley is putting up a ton of them. Yahtzee.
I'm going to guess from Cody's reaction, that was a good shot. He does the old double fist pump.
The youngest girl on the team is stepping up and says, "Get on my back, guys. Let's go."
Good for her.
I think Charlie needs to just keep his head up.
The end of the mark string for Newfoundland.
There we go.
There it is.
Chucky. When you guys were bowling the Pro League, did you find that if you guys got on a roll and you threw all five through strikes and you had to sit around for a couple minutes waiting, did that affect you guys at all?
I don't think that much, because I think you get that way even in like when you're in person tournaments. If you throw all 5 strikes, you kind of just sit around and wait too. So I think at this point in time, it didn't really.
No, personally, not really. It just, again, you work 1 frame at a time, and really just take it that way. And if you can bang out all 5 quickly, good. Then you get a little bit of a breather and a reset, and then, okay, it's time to go again. I think that's how we also trained ourselves from the 5PL perspective in a commercial break after 5.
Yeah.
is after 5
Season
units.
1, the commercial break came into play a lot more than it did in seasons 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Saskatchewan is making a switch in the 3-hole.
Sub.
Trevor will be coming in for Marissa.
Gotcha.
Who I accidentally called Matthew yesterday because my brain don't work right sometimes. I apologize for that.
So,
Oh, what a great first ball.
just
Great.
looking up here, Haley there up top, current league average is 178. So far in the tournament, she's had a 197. So already proving herself here in the event, 20 points higher.
And this game just smashing it.
Yeah, 4 strikes, 5
Yeah.
strikes in a row now. She's basically there already. So incredible work here so far from Haley. Good work.
Just
And
put the
only her
spotlight
second
on her
year.
and away she goes.
And loves the soft rolls, Jeff Young. 4 3/4,
Oh,
3
there we
pound
go.
soft rolls.
Yeah, 3-6. Nice.
Yeah.
I
Great.
can get behind that.
Yeah.
45, 60.
A frame for
Somebody
Vanessa
saying
there.
you guys should hear the chanting and cheering in Rustico between both teams. Amazing. So that's over on our consolation side. Both the Nova Scotia New Brunswick team and the Prince Edward Island team are playing out of Rustico lanes in that first match over on the consolation side. And the kids are enjoying being on opposite ends of that same center.
That's
Yeah,
how
that's pretty cool that they were able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Playing your opponent just, a few lanes down.
And then hypothetically cheering them on in the next one, right? One of them's going
Yeah.
to win and move on.
For sure. And yes, definitely there's something to be said about having all the kids together, but there is also kind of a upside to having this all on stream too, right? A Canadian national record set that we have the full game on video. Some kids are throwing their personal best games, high scores, high triples that they're going to be able to look back on and see for the rest of their lives. So there's pros and cons to everything, but I think this one definitely was successful as well. So
Yeah, we're
I think-
45 hours of content going to be uploaded now and live for forever, right? So you can go back and watch this at all times. That's the difference, right? Some of these national tournaments, you only stream one lane or a set of lanes, maybe 2 sets of lanes. So you don't get to see every game that you play, but
right. And right now, almost 200 people watching this stream.
amazing.
I think
So,
too. I guess one of the things is kind of like a secondary benefit, especially coming from Newfoundland, where regardless of where nationals would be, there's a lot of costs associated with travel, parents taking time off for vacation. This is kind of more viable for a lot of people to be able to go watch their kids bowl, and see them at the national stage. And I get like not having your traditional tournament where everyone's together, but there are other benefits, I think, for the fans or parents that want to watch the kids that maybe can't get the time off work to travel to go see them.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
So Haley had that 5 in a row, then a little bit wild on the 7th frame, maybe a little bit of adrenaline running there, but like we said, already well over her average, and the rest of these frames just going to continue plugging along for the team.
Just hopefully her dad, Zach, didn't go and tell her they're talking about you on the stream, Haley. They're talking about you.
We'll take blame for that.
Yeah.
So that game going into the last 3 frames, Haley has about a 40-point lead, just over a 40-point lead, with 3 frames to go, and both of them are on open frames. So that's still a game that can be watched for who's going to take that point. Looking here in the 2-hole, Charlie with that big double against Abby's
He's turning it
punt.
on.
Yeah.
That
Charlie,
is
the
gonna
chef,
make that
was
game
cooking there.
interesting. Yeah, that's going to make it interesting.
Charlie wants
He's trying to
be
cook a
chef.
turkey next frame.
We were saying
right.
Charlie eats all the groceries.
Yeah.
It's a close match
yep.
right now.
Oh,
Nice
and a
slide.
slider off the bench.
Yeah, we go.
That's what you need
Pretty-
from a
pretty
bench
much
player.
even money.
Cleaning up on whatever's left on the lanes of the frame you come in, and then throwing a strike your very next time out.
Yep.
Newfoundland and
We
Labrador.
talked about
Chance
this.
in that.
Marks to the bottom here.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday and on one of the Newfoundland games. And sometimes just making that pull can energize an entire team. If you've got a couple bowlers like the Saskatchewan team that were struggling all at the same time, in this case, you might have three sets of eyes looking at the coach after every ball thinking, am I getting pulled here? And then when you finally make that move and the sub comes in, those
Everybody
bowlers
can do that.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about, am I getting pulled? They just worry about throwing the best ball they can throw.
Oh, thanks for this, Ken Wilson.
Yes, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I mean, we're not done yet, but the whole weekend has been an absolute blast for us as well. I mean, who doesn't want to just sit and watch kids throw amazing games that I only wish I could do?
I got out of so much work yesterday because I was commentating. It was wonderful.
Great shot by Vanessa. Keep her game close with Taylor opening in 7. Oh, and just doesn't get that push.
That was a good ball, though. That could
ball.
be what
Considering
gets
how
it
big-
started, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
little side,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Get some fingers on that one too.
Carter looking to help out the bottom half tiers.
Oh, and he
Yeah,
gets
nice
the
touch.
strike,
Big
That's
ball.
what good
to
rotation gets you.
which will put that the Newfoundland team at 748 after 7 frames to the 711. Saskatchewan has that double working plus 2 other marks. Newfoundland has just the
Yep.
2 marks at the bottom, so it is still wildly close with 3 frames to play.
Yeah, it's
8,
crazy.
9,
close.
10.
Yeah, here we go.
And
8, 9,
Yeah.
10.
All of those
The games that I
individual matches are so important, but really what everybody should be playing for at this point is those 3 big points at the bottom.
Yep.
If you're not
The
winning that
games
team
that I
total,
watched.
it's
The games that I
gonna
watched
be rough.
yesterday for Newfoundland, or they commentated 8, 9, 10 was their shining moment both times, where the games they was playing out exactly like this and they just took off. So I guess we'll see if they can work the magic one more time here, but they seem like they just really perform well under pressure.
This has been a
A bit of
really back and
excitement.
forth match. Lots of ebbs and flows between both teams.
No, the first qualifier does not have a double life. They used to in Youth Challenge Nationals, and a couple of years ago that changed. So it is just a 1-game gold medal match. Winner takes all.
Charlie.
Well, there's a turkey.
He's cooking.
Yeah, get that turkey up there. I want to see him throw strikes just to see what he does next on the lane.
Yeah,
He just gets so hyped.
He might
he's
break
having
him.
a different celebration every time. Oh, that looked
Oh, and
Beautiful.
another good
Great
strike
ball.
up
Yeah.
there.
Following that momentum, yeah.
Big double coming in there. Hey.
Perfect off the bench so far. And with that open,
That game is
5 on
Yeah.
there. She can get to a max of 237. No, that's wrong. Plus another 50.
292, right?
292.
How about for Jenna Bowers there in the 3rd spot for Newfoundland? She's only got an league average of 153. So already 40 points up on her league average with 2 games to go. So great job for her.
Great.
And she still has the advantage over the other side. The other side.
She does have the advantage, yeah. She's straight
271.
knocks him out, so
Yeah.
because he can get to a max of 271.
It's could be a big shot here for Carter if he can get a double at the bottom. 2 doubles in the bottom would be big going into 9.
Oh, and
Oh,
he
yeah.
does. That's a huge frame for Newfoundland in frame 8, 731 without the marks counting, plus another. I'm just doing the math here really quick.
120.
851 they're sitting at.
Yeah.
851. To
Carter,
possibly
Carter
844.
Belbin league average 245.
He can get there. That's for
I
sure.
bowl Wednesday Pro League at Plaza in the same league as Carter and Connor as well, and they both kind of had the same emotion and mannerisms. They can get fired up, but they don't. You're not gonna see them bouncing around or anything like that. They just have that quiet confidence about themselves, and they can throw shots anytime they need to.
Quite the history with a number of YBC nationals that he's been to. First one back in 2014, so well experienced on the national stage. Carter Belden.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Great
Good
half
spare there.
rating. So going into the 9th frame, 2 doubles working on Saskatchewan side with 2 spares, 2 doubles over on Newfoundland side with 2 strikes, 851 to 834. And the points, like there's a few games that could go either way at this point. So
Doesn't get much closer than this.
buckle up.
17 pins,
2 frames to go.
Yeah.
each working.
This
a
is what we
couple.
want to watch, right?
Yeah.
Giddy up.
She says, "Get over, get over."
Yeah, she was talking it in.
Oh wow, that corner
Or
standing.
else get shot.
Absolutely right, Robert Tompkins. Best thing about this whole weekend, seeing excitement of kids when they throw shots, string of strikes.
Coming from someone who also gets excited when he throws those strikes. So
And
animated
next
energy.
week, good luck to you, sir. Next week, heading off to nationals for the Open.
That's right.
Yep.
The
Going with that men's team.
from men's team from Alberta was from Northern this year.
They're going to be
First
fun.
time in the history. They are going to be
They
fun.
are going to be fun. We
I
know.
can't wait to hang out with those boys.
There's another national Open competitor coming up.
Julia Robko, who also does a lot of good sellies on the lane. So
She does.
I'm sure some of these kids have watched you and figured out some of those things to do.
This is a
Next
big
gen
ball for
5PL
Charlie.
champion.
Yeah. Got some big names watching this feed today.
Wow.
Power job.
We're over 200, so thanks for tuning in, everybody. Keep the comments coming. We love interacting with you guys. And hey, 200,
Yep.
keep sharing it. Keep letting people know. More the better. Let's have a big day.
I think this is just proof that, this is content that people want to see, right? Like, this is exciting. This is where our sport's at, where,
Oh,
people
big
wanna watch.
top spare.
Oh, big
Bazooka
shot for
J.
On the other side. Yep.
And both these teams are turning it on. They both want to move on to that next step, playing against Ontario
Ontario.
next.
These are big marks that are not counting right now for Newfoundland.
Yes. I've been trying to keep a running total at the end of every frame. In the 10th, I'll keep the updated
We're
frame.
90. We're
like
at
bowler by
least
bowler.
135 not added in.
951, 903.
They are sitting at 931, I believe. Jen, yes, I will update the score each frame and then bowler by bowler in that 10th frame for Newfoundland. And
I can throw it on the screen too in the bottom. Just give me a quick second.
so that Open has that match very tight. Taylor has to still throw the 9th frame. She's already sitting at 186. Vanessa has 197 after playing the 9th frame. So this is a good opportunity for Taylor to throw that mark and get a little bit of a cushion going into that 10th frame.
I'm hearing word on the other stream. So PEI versus Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. We have a potential 4-4 tie situation happening.
Oh, no.
Oh boy. And then that's a
It's
Big shot.
Yeah.
reload them up. Yeah.
turkey
That's big
over on the
ball.
bottom.
Big ball from Carter
Yeah.
there for total.
So that's 135 on top. So 999.
That's some clutch anchor bowl on there, right? Fight your way through first
Yep.
handful of frames, but settle in at the end and see if you can just power through the finish. But a triple down the bottom is massive.
Yeah. So
See if
Newfoundland
Braden-
with those
You were-
marks, 999
Yep.
now.
You were mentioning it before too about Carter having the nationals experience, and that's why he's at the bottom, right? That he knows how to throw the shots when he needs to, and it's coming down to time to grind, and he knows what to do.
And even on a team like this young, it's always so good to be able to have that person you can throw at the bottom that you have that faith in. You know they have the experience and the confidence to do it. That's a good anchor for a youth team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This game has just been a
missed.
struggle. Yeah. Everything has been so close.
Yeah.
So we're
So
looking
Newfoundland
at one
going
up
into
top,
10.
2, 3 potential. 1, 2 top. 3 maybe in the 4 hole, but so that's really going to come down to those marks, and ultimately it's going to come down to that triple for Carter.
There we go. I've got the total on there. Katie, keep me genuine on that.
Good to hear. Lots of good bio and praise for the Belbin family.
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Haley, wow.
Oh, love the double fist pump.
No quit.
Okay, so that's going to lock in that match because we've got a max 239 now for Cody. So the top match will go to Saskatchewan. Well done, Haley.
Great performance in a big match.
What a massive over her average.
Great half on Cody's side for the bottom line.
Yeah.
It's a little
Trying
bit
to
wild there, but what a great game by
A little
Haley.
wave
Still
off.
still an absolute great game.
Phooey. Yeah.
251.
Great job, Haley. What a great tournament. What a breakout.
Great count there for Cody.
251 to 237. That brings Newfoundland total to 1,032.
Gotcha.
And a head pin for Charlie.
That's
So with
gonna-
a strike here, that can get Abby to a 201 in the 9th frame to his 213 and the mark working. And she
my
throws
God.
it.
Okay, so 201. We can get to
There's a
228.
Charlie did get that 2 pin on the
Yeah.
left. It actually.
Love to make
Yeah.
that. Yeah, there they go. They're
Yeah.
making it.
Doesn't count for the spare at all, but does get him to a couple more. So 228 max.
And Abby's already sitting at 216 and throws
there you
another
go.
bomb out there.
Bomb.
So she is already at 231
job.
and has taken that point
Yeah.
from Saskatchewan.
Big for total, too.
Big for total, too. After that ball, they're sitting at 1,077 with one more to go in this frame.
Abby's also a bowler of the soft rolls with a current league average of 234.
So 1,082 after the first two players.
This was fairly similar yesterday with Newfoundland as well. They just across the board very consistent. 1 through 5, everyone brought their A game, and it looks like so far today they're doing the same thing.
Oh, that's gonna close
I'll
out.
do it.
Yeah, that'll be enough to get the second point for Newfoundland.
A little bit of punch trouble here for Saskatchewan in 9 and 10. We're counting 4 punches in the last 8 balls.
Mhm. Big hack for Jenna.
Include the split there for Taylor, and you've got 5 in the last 10.
Yeah, some bad timing.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad timing.
Yeah.
Comment
So
there regarding
1,000
Abby.
or 11-17 for Newfoundland after the first 3 bowlers, up 2 points to 1. 2 more to go. This fourth match is very close. 197 to 199, both on opens. For Saskatchewan to steal another point here.
Oh, great ball.
Oh, it carried it.
Yep. Slow fall. That's the second one. She started the game with basically the same
Yeah,
thing.
you're right. She did. Yeah, exactly. And you don't get many string pulls at Holiday. I can attest for that.
Let's see what Taylor does. If Taylor strikes out here, she can lock Vanessa out, having that 2-point advantage going into this frame. Vanessa threw a corner pin on her second shot.
Yeah, no
So
slow
she can
ball
max
there.
out at a 227. Taylor
great
throws
ball.
the first one.
Mm-hmm.
What a great ball.
I like the angle she's coming in at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just tracks right to the pocket.
Yeah. Vanessa's waiting to see what her opponent did.
Oh,
227 for Vanessa. That brings the Newfoundland total to 1147.
just shows how much work Carter did in those 7, 8, 9. Looking for the break.
Oh, so
At least
doesn't
a
get the
tie.
push.
That's a
It'll
tie.
be-
Yeah, she got to make this to take the point.
Great ball.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And she does. So 2-2 after the first 4 bowlers.
Good
Oh,
count.
Great
what a
count for
good
Carter.
shot. But with Carter having that run of strikes in 7, 8, 9, he's going to take his point, and that will take team total as well. So Newfoundland and Labrador will win this game 6-2 and move on to play Ontario.
It's going to be exciting on my behalf because I get to commentate a game where our Newfoundland opponents are going to be bowling in the center I grew up in
Oh, cool.
at Mountain Lanes. Yeah. Worked there as a teenager. My mom worked there. Yeah.
Insinuating that you have grown up, Jeff.
Well, okay.
Heck of
I
a
got
finish
older
there,
there.
Carter Belbin.
Got over,
Carter
yeah.
finishing with a 263 and a 1205 as a team total. Over on the other side, Braden just can't get that spare to go, so he will max out at a 168. And team total looks like it'll be about a 1045, 1047. And over on the other side, it is a 5-3 finish. So there was no tie over on the other stream.
No delay.
All right. I'm sending, I believe, Zach Nielsen, who is helping with the tech there at Saskatchewan. So what we'd like to do is be able to get a coach and a player in. So maybe Taylor Kerr would be good from Saskatchewan to come and join us into the back room or into us for a little interview and have a little chat as they wrap up their tournament here. Saskatchewan with finishing in 5th place. So as you said, Newfoundland 12:05 to Saskatchewan's 10:45. Newfoundland will advance to play Ontario. This is Knockout Sunday. How we get going?
Congratulations, Newfoundland. Great job.
Yes.
Yeah. Great,
Really?
great bowling by everybody.
Yeah, it was really a great game by both teams, right? And you have some players out there like Haley averaging 178 or something you said in league and then throwing a 250 in a championship stepladder match. Like those are the kind of moments you love to see, even though it didn't go her team's way. Definitely everybody came and stepped up with their A game today and gave us something. The 200 people watching the stream gave us something to enjoy and watch. So it's great.
Mitch, I don't have you on camera. If you want to go camera here, and we'll pull up the rest, or do you? There we go.
Yeah, as soon as I do, it's going to pop up. Yeah.
We'll pull that out of there. And we do have Saskatchewan there loaded up in the background. So we're going to bring you guys in, Saskatchewan, have a little chat here with you. You're just on mute as well there, Sean Taylor. Oh, you're back on.
Got it.
There we are. Well, thanks for joining us. Probably not the way you want to finish your tournament, but you know, somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. Give us your thoughts here. How Saskatchewan's doing there, Sean?
They battled hard. It was just brutal. Like I'm sorry, I'm choked up.
Aw. Sean's one of the most passionate men out there. He puts his heart and soul into everything.
Yeah.
I see it.
I think one of the things that I noticed about the Saskatchewan team as we were going is just the never give up fight. I had the pleasure of commentating a couple games throughout this tournament, and every game, just like you could see the team come together, come alive. Someone was always on a string of strikes and just throw in absolute money shots, and threw pressure shots when they needed to. So lots to be proud about from this event.
Great bunch of kids. Like, you got a rock star team here right now, man. Like, they were throwing like adults here, throwing like an open team. Like, I heard you guys say that yesterday.
Yeah.
When are you going to see a bunch of kids like this throw 21 marks in a row? Like, it's unreal.
Yeah.
100%.
This is a rock star right here. One of them.
Yes.
Yeah,
sure.
that's why we brought you in, Taylor. So give us your thoughts, Taylor. Obviously, how the tournament went. I know yesterday you had also a 7 strikes in a row. Team game here, but give us some words and thoughts here from you on a player perspective, please.
I think our team was very strong this year. We went far. We started off slow, but we made our way up. I am very proud of all of us.
As you should be. Yeah.
Awesome.
Was there like one moment that stood out to you the most that you were like, this is like a cool moment?
Well, for me, I am a very quiet person when it comes to like tournaments. And this one, I came out of my comfort zone and I started like yelling and showing a lot of emotion. So
We could see that on the stream. It was fun to see.
And we had Marissa pumping us up too. Like, that girl's got so much energy. It's just phenomenal.
Charlie, everybody, you guys did great. I think just in this last game, we were talking, you had 5 out of 10 head pins and splits in the last there, which made the difference. You were in it right to the end, and we're incredibly proud of you guys here back home. Great job.
A very exciting match and a great tournament.
Yeah. Wondering, Sean, was that intentional? Because we also saw Charlie had a whole bunch of energy coming off the lane as well. Was that something or is it just sort of natural that the kids did of the energy?
They were all just pumped. Like, it was a couple of marks. They were feeding off each other like you wouldn't believe. It was just, the pit was always pumping and hopping. They were always talking, chatting, and the energy just with a couple of marks, just everybody was feeding. It was awesome to be here. It's my first time, so really appreciated the energy from these kids.
Awesome.
Well, we're glad that we were able to still put on a national event. Obviously not ideal not being in person. Taylor, I'm sure you'd much prefer to look down the lanes and you see all your competitors rather than looking on a screen, but we're glad that this could happen. Congratulations to you for making it to the Stepladder, to the championship side. And hope you continue to watch throughout the day, see who the winner ends up being, but appreciate you both being here today with us.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for everything.
Great job, you guys.
All right.
Good job, guys.
Back you out. Thanks again. All right, gang. We'll wrap up here. Bill Brooks, appreciate you being with us, commentary here for this one. Next up, we'll have a new one coming in from Ontario. Gang, I'm going to run a little highlight video here of yesterday's action. We'll back on out of here, go on break. We don't start now for another 25-ish minutes, it looks like. So we're 1:20 timeline Eastern time that we'll be going back on. So we'll wait for 5-7 minutes before that, come back on, chat away, and get things rolling. So see you all in a bit.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Yeah.
And back in action we are, team. Match number 2. Here we go. Those highlight videos are awesome, eh?
Yeah.
Right?
They turned out well.
Just get you pumped up.
We've had a lot of people in the background, picking out some of the highlights. The C5 executives who have been watching all the streams, they've been contributing and making note of some of these great moments. And just a fun little ad, right? So a little bit more work, but it's good. So
Yeah, for sure.
glad to do it. Okay, gang, here we are, match number 2. So we've got Newfoundland advancing against Saskatchewan. They're moving on to play Ontario, who finished 3rd in the championship side. So play this quick little match clip. I just love the music, and anybody who's been watching my streams, they know that I like to do that twice because I'm just so into the music. So we got to run that one again.
Well, if you are pumped up, I don't know what'll get.
Yeah, it's just doing one of these, right?
Wow.
So, love it.
Oh.
Well, let's bring in our guest commentators here for this match as well. So welcome back, Jeff Young, and now come and join us again, Daryl Noble.
How's everyone doing?
Good. And you?
I'm doing well. Back home from Hamilton. Unfortunately, I only caught the last couple frames of that first match. A lot more traffic getting home from Hamilton than I thought there was going to be. But I caught those last 2 frames. It looked like it was a pretty exciting match.
It did. It turned out to be a very exciting match. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's great to see. And then I caught the tail end that it might have been a 4-4 on the B side, but it didn't end up that way.
Turned out to be a 5-3 for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick.
Okay.
Prince Edward Island. So they'll be moving on to the next round on the consolation side. Yeah.
Yeah, that could have backed things up a little bit if we have a 4-4 tie. It's like, oh, another hour. Here we go. Yeah.
But I wonder too if like the team that lost, if they're going to hang around and root on the team that won because they're bowling in the same bowling center, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm sure they
maybe they'll
are.
have a little extra of a crowd, right? A little extra cheering section might go a long way.
And it is PEI, so who lost, right? So their hometown, so they don't necessarily need to travel and get back home the few 4 hours that it is, I think, right?
Yeah.
Make your way back. Or Oromocto, where most of them are from in New Brunswick.
Yeah. I think they'll probably stick around for a while, and they've been playing together in the center all weekend. So I'm sure they've had a few conversations together. So.
Well, we'll run some lineup or some rosters here for these 2 teams, but quickly this one first. So we'll go Newfoundland as they advance from the last match, moving forward. First up, Newfoundland, Jeff.
Yeah, so for Newfoundland, we have bowling out of Holiday Lanes in St. John's. Vanessa Elliott Lynch, Abby Tiller, Jenna Lee Bowers, Carter Belbin, Luke Walsh, and Cody Jacobs. Once again, the 2-hander, coached by Art Wells and Steph Kelly.
Amazing.
Always got to get a note in there for Art Wells being one of the easiest names to pronounce.
Solid guy too.
I hope we can't mess that one up, right? So, and Daryl Noble, please.
Yes, so Southern Ontario, we got Kyla Wallace out of Smiths Falls, Raven Haymaker out of Port Elgin, Kaylee Milner out of Sarnia, Eric Berg out of Port Elgin, Ryan Luker out of Stony Creek, Colton Stewart out of Ingersoll, and we have coaches Jennifer Hager out of Windsor and Matt Wallace out of Smiths Falls, and we were bowling at Mountain Lanes, so Jeff Young's old stomping grounds out of Hamilton.
Got more stories about that place than I can even say on air.
That's right. Yeah, something might even get us kicked off the air if we get going.
We'll wait for the match to be over to talk about that.
Excellent. And we are bowling upstairs on lane 13.
Cool.
Perfect.
I think we've got pretty good looking cameras. We're happy with the way things look there. So as far as my end, tech end, we're good to go, gang.
Looks good on my end.
This should be a good match. These guys ran into each other game 1 on Friday. Ontario won 6-2, but it was a very close game. It came down to that 9th and 10th frame. So I'm under the assumption that Newfoundland's not forgetting about that, and you hope Ontario's not just riding we won 6-2. This should be in the bag theory. I think this is going to be a very, very good game here.
Yeah, I agree.
I've texted a couple people in the building at Ontario. I'm trying to get an idea of how many people might be there. They've had pretty good numbers the last 2 days, but I know now the Master Senior in Ontario is today, so numbers may have dropped a little bit.
I could find out pretty easily.
Okay.
Oh, you got cameras still hooked up there or something, or what?
No, I got insiders as well. I mean, like I said, this is my home center. This is the most influential bowling center in my bowling career right here, and there are people on this team. You know, I mean, I know the Ontario team better than I know the Newfoundland team, to be honest with you. And you know, Ryan Luker. I mean, I knew his parents before when I was in Bantams. You know, Eric Berg used to bowl YBC out of my bowling center, so you know I'm well versed in the background of these competitors.
Yeah. And I don't know if we noticed in the chat last game. I'm not sure if this is a Newfoundland or Saskatchewan spectator. We are international right now. We have somebody from Dublin, Ireland watching.
I saw that.
I did see.
Yeah, that's Newfoundland.
Is that a Newfoundland?
We made the connection yesterday that mother-daughter, Melanie O'Brien, and Melanie has traveled to Alberta and played out here a little bit. So we know, I know Melanie a little bit. So gave her a shout out yesterday. But yeah, that's good to see, eh? International.
We are an international sport. That's fantastic.
Now, guys, big time.
So it looks like Newfoundland's gotten going. Colton is going to get going here for Ontario. Colton's had himself a good week so far, averaging 242 with a high game with 314 so far. I was talking to Colton last night, and the blister did start to pop open a little bit again. So, he got the magic 3-pin strike there. I'm not sure what happened on the screen.
Fix that up real quick.
Fixing it.
That's some version
match
of
fixing
that.
already.
That is I know you get some crazy pin bounces, but wow.
Kevin's on the job.
And Newfoundland gets so pumped up that they bump the score board camera again, which is awesome to see.
So how do you think Newfoundland's going to react? So they just won game 1. So you're riding high that you just took a team out. It's always nice when you send a team packing, but then you had that about 20, 25-minute break in probably what could be not an empty arena, but there's not the atmosphere that can die down pretty quick. How hard do you think it was for them to get back amped up for this, or them being young, do you think they just kept going?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Plus
I know
side,
yesterday.
number one.
Oh, go ahead,
Just on
Jeff.
the plus side, there will be a bunch of people there. It's always very well supported in St. John's area, especially for their bowling. And I mean, they have got quite a bit of experience, and this team was very just kind of like consistent, smooth, steady all the way through. And I don't think that's going to change a whole lot. The games that I commentated yesterday, they started a little bit slow the first couple frames, and then they just got stronger as the game went on. So I'm kind of looking just for the same thing.
Yeah. I know yesterday when I was talking to Mitch, who was commentating the match I did with Newfoundland and Labrador, and he said, they're all just chilling. We tried to find out what they were doing between games, and he said, yep, they're just chilling.
That's great to hear. So Raven came up. So I think Colton to get a spare. Raven put one right in the pocket for 5 in the pit. Kaylee's up now for Southern Ontario. She is the youngest member of Ontario at 14 years old. Fairly young team age-wise, but a lot of experience with Ontario. We have a 14-year-old, 17-year-old, and 4 16-year-olds. But they've all had some form of provincial and or national experience with a couple gold medals mixed in there. So lots of experience. So they know what they're in for. They shouldn't be overwhelmed, but you never know. First frame of knockout day is always a little jittery for everybody.
For sure.
And I'm hearing that there's just over 20 people at Mountain Lanes watching.
Yes, I just got the message there about 20 plus-ish people. So that's great to see. I know yesterday some of the London and Windsor people, as they were on their way to Oshawa for Master Senior, stopped by to cheer on for a game or two, which is awesome to hear about. Always good when people travel to come watch these.
Well, and
I know my close friend and go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just gonna say one of my close friends, and I tease her all the time. Inside joke. My grandmother, Lynn Kilborn, was one of them. She would have been watching Colton because she's based out of Ingersoll Lanes as well. So it's good to see, people going out of their way, not just the family and friends of the teams, but people going out of their way to travel to go watch this in person as well and kind of add to that experience.
Yes.
When it
Yeah,
creates
and
an environment there, right, too, for them to have 20 people in the building and high fives or cheers or still doing your, SPAREs or we want another ones, whatever you need to do. In the 5PL, there's often times where we're playing and the only 7 or 8 people are the ones that are bowling. So there's
Well, great shot by Eric there. So Southern Ontario's got the early first frame advantage, but obviously lots of time left for Newfoundland here. Couple on
A
time.
great first frame coming in off of having that
Yeah.
first game off, so they don't have a game under their belt, and then to come in and throw 4 marks right away and set the tone of
Yes.
the game, like good for them.
And it's like Daryl said, they have a lot of experience, so they know what to do. They know how to prepare themselves to get started, even if they're coming in cold.
Yeah. So we are in game 10 for Southern Ontario, and this is 10th different lineup they've run out.
Oh, really?
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what obviously I don't have the inside scoop with the coaching staff. Kyla Wallace is the one that's on the bench this game. So just overall stat wise, she had herself a bit of a struggle the 2 days for qualifying. So I don't know if it's just a case that we took our 5 high average bowlers and we're going to run them and see if we have to. And then Kyla is more than capable of coming off the bench and getting that shot when she needs to. But again, I obviously not involved with the inside information. I know the coaches called they called it a players only meeting, but they did call just a team meeting, no parents, nobody in the building after game 9 yesterday to try and straighten a couple things out. And I'm sure just get everybody back on track.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 great corner spares on the side of Newfoundland Labrador there to start from 2.
Yeah, they did have a tough finish yesterday, 3 points against BC, but that was a big match. I mean, BC shot 12.75 and Ontario had 12.48.
Yep.
And then another tough one against Saskatchewan, taking 3 points, 10.98 to 10.59. So, maybe fell a cup, maybe a spot in the standings with Alberta going 8.88.
Yes.
So sometimes that little meeting is just warranted. It'll make sure that, hey, we're okay. We're in the step ladder. We're in the championship side.
Yeah, in that BC game, I'm not sure if you noticed the 2 number 4 bowlers had a 700 double.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Daryl, you and I did that one.
That was a barn burner watching those 2 go. There's a good cleanup by Jen. Gets her 15. Good shot by Kaylee. So I've mentioned a couple times, Kaylee is 14, so she's still a junior in YBC, and she is fresh off the gold medal at 4 steps a couple weeks ago.
Amazing. Lots of bowling happening. Lots of good talent.
Lots of bowling. Yes, there's a lot of talent across this country now, which is fantastic to see. Good to see we got these young bowlers that want to stay engaged with 5-pin bowling, and you have things like 5-pin Universe that are really helping them stay engaged with this now.
It brings a whole different aspect to the game that we didn't have maybe 10, 15 years ago. Just the quality of live streams that come, having commentators that are willing to put their time into events like this, and just being able to really highlight and showcase the talent we have, not only in our adult world, which we sometimes put the focus on, but our youth players are incredible.
Yes, absolutely.
And I know we mentioned it the last match too, like one of the big I guess bonuses of how this is done this year is this is going to be forever. Like, these kids, as they get older, get further in the bowling career, they can always come back and look at these performances, whether it's their first nationals ever, or they've been there a few times. Maybe it's their last nationals or bowling event in their youth career. They can always go back and kind of cherish the moment, maybe learn from what they were doing different than they are, in today's day, just so many different little factors that, we never had when we were kids growing up, where, we just bowled a tournament and then we just had to remember what happened, like, oh, I had this score and I lost, or I did this and I won. And there was, you might get a program that backs that up, but other than that, you're just going off memory.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure all the kids across the country, like I said, I know the Ontario kids, obviously being within the last 2 days, every single one of them has watched at least one match, whether it was right like when it was over, there's that downtime, they were going right back on and watching it. So you can probably lay odds some kids on the way home today on the drives, because some of these kids in Ontario have a 3+ hour drive to get home. You can probably guarantee it, if they don't fall asleep in the back of the truck, they're probably going to watch probably this Stepladder.
For sure. Yeah. This game, Newfoundland and Labrador's marks are counting into their team total. So you were watching last game and you had to stay with us while we did the math. Do not add extra in this time because it is already counting in.
Shout out to
Ontario, though.
Got that taken care of.
Ontario, we're going to need to do the math on again.
We should have left it the way it was.
Katie's like,
Oh, I thought we had it this time. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So a good answer back frame too. Southern Ontario had a very good frame too, also, but a good answer back from Newfoundland. And you got your spare and a good count from Abby there on that first shot. So they're going to hang in there. They're not going to walk away on this one.
Oh, great ball by Raven. Just couldn't get the corner to go. A little bit outside.
So Jeff, I don't know if you've been to the lanes this week at all. Do you happen to know what Newfoundland's setup is for TV streaming wise? I'm just curious what each province has been doing.
I'm fairly familiar with it only because it's the exact same stuff that we use for all of our provincial events and everything like that. I don't know if camera wise what it is. I'm sure Craig can send me a message if it matters. But yeah, we're just basically running the same thing. We're doing the high end pair or last lane at Holiday, which is in the basement of a building in St. John's. But they are very dedicated. The NL5, NL Masters, and MBT are very dedicated to up in the game in social media presence and streaming. And that is kind of like a strength that we're running on right now, where a lot of our content is out there.
For sure. Do you guys have, for both these teams, what are they doing to watch the other team? Do they have like a TV down in the pit with them or a computer? How are they kind of keeping track of what's going on?
So I actually got a picture yesterday from Craig Ford showing me that I think they're on whatever the far
lane 10.
right lane. Yeah. So on lane
they're
8,
on and has
the monitor on lane 8 is they're watching YouTube live on there.
Okay.
And Ontario's got about a 48-inch TV on a table right beside or behind lane 14, just as you come off the approach. So it's right there for them to see before they throw their shot.
Amazing.
Also, they get an instant replay of their last shot.
Yes,
based on the delay. Yeah.
And like I was saying yesterday, a couple of the matches, the six bowlers for Ontario, they are scoreboard watchers. They want to know what their opponent has before they throw their ball, or if they've gone up first, they want to know the result each frame by frame of who they're playing against and the totals.
So Craig Ford actually sent me a picture.
Yeah. Ontario's 246 average, 250, 258, 259, 242. So pretty solid lineup of averages there for the group.
Yes. Good shot by Eric.
Oh, he thought he had it, but just couldn't get that corner.
Yeah, that's a good count. Yeah, that was a good frame there by Newfoundland. You take marks and strikes like that all day long.
For sure.
And then I know Eric's up, but I know Raven corner miss that especially those last couple of games for Ontario, that was the Achilles for Ontario. There was a lot of missed corner spares, and right on cue, Eric misses his right corner.
And Raven is her left.
Yeah, the announcers here. But when it comes to knockout day, you got to make those, because it comes down to 9-10. Those are big pins that you've left up there.
Sure. Getting back to the setup and how things are, I got a picture from Craig Ford that just shows what they've got going on for their setup. They actually have a black curtain down lane 9 all the way to the foul line, blocking everything off. They have the lead is on They're bowling on lane 12, and then they have a table set up on 9 and 10 that actually have like laptop all set up and everything like that. So they got quite the setup going there.
I was just gonna say Mitch 344, but you got it.
I was like, I should trust myself more often. Had it right the first time.
So, Jeff, I know you don't know Newfoundland terribly well quite yet. Do you happen to know Cody? Is the two-hand delivery been a lifetime thing, or was there an injury that caused that to have to happen, or he just found a way to do it?
So I don't know. I don't know Cody very well. He bowls out of Corner Brook. So I don't know the whole history on it. I do know I absolutely love it. Just with the rotation and how smooth that shot is. Like, I'm a big fan. And kind of leading back into, I guess, for Ontario, one of the bowlers that Colton bowls with, Ingersoll Lanes, which used to be run by my wife and my brother-in-law for quite a few years. And my brother-in-law's grandson was throwing two hands up till, I guess, a couple of years ago. I don't know if he still is, because we moved, but had a lot of coaches talking him out of it. And I know at one point he had switched to one-handed, and I don't know if it was on influence of coaches or if he just decided to do it, but that ball was so smooth, and I really hope that he stuck with it, to be honest with you. I don't know. It's just a different aspect of the game. There's no cookie cutter way to do this, right? And while we all have kind of like the same foundation, there's, you know what I mean? Like, you look at Jim Head Bowl and you look at, an Adam Weber Bowl, completely different, but they both do things exceptionally well. Yeah.
There's a turkey from Kaylee, and our first pop up on the screen of this game 2 here.
So mentioned there, Kaylee Milner, she's a 189 current league average. And
it's just average 250. Just like the last match.
Yeah, last two games, last 2 days, she's been averaging 250. So well surpassing her current average.
And one of the, I guess, like, you obviously want to win this tournament, but one of the big things you want to push, especially in bowling, is sportsmanship and getting to know your teammates. And this, I guess, it's obviously a little difficult to get to know opponents because it is streamed. But Kaylee started off Friday very, very quiet, and by the sounds of it, according to her mom, that's her nature. Mm-hmm. And by last night, even during the day, she was laughing, joking, having a great time with the bowlers. You could definitely see that she came out of her shell these last couple of days. And it's understandable as a 14-year-old bowling in a senior tournament with 16 and 17-year-olds, but the team's been very accepting, very supportive of her. She's averaging 250, gold medalist, and it's just great to see that she's starting to come out of her shell and really enjoying this tournament.
Yeah. I think an event like this, sometimes stars are born, right?
Yeah.
And they get a thirst or a hunger for more events like this, and you don't know how much they'll elevate their game in the future just based off of one event.
Exactly. Yeah, Kaylee's the one who shot 322, I believe it was yesterday, and lost to Addison of BC, who shot a 365 or something. Like, it was an unbelievable match.
Wow.
So Eric, a little heavy, left the corner. So hopefully pick up his spare here.
There was lots of pins moving around on that lane. I actually thought it might have left the right corner, but the left stayed up. The right went down. He gets the spare. So after 4 frames, we're looking at 456 for Ontario over against 423 for Newfoundland, and both teams working on 4 marks of the frame. Ontario has that double working as well, though, for Kaylee.
Yep.
Now, Daryl, I said that I've known some of these bowlers since they were small, but I know in particular you would have known 2 bowlers on the Ontario team.
Oh, yeah.
Right, pretty much from birth, I would think.
Yes.
How does that make you feel to watch, Raven and Eric bowl in a setting like this, knowing that you've been there the whole time watching the progression?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a proud moment. Like, you almost treat like Raven's being like a little sister to me. I'm actually getting emotional just talking about it. I love both of them.
And they're both great kids too.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, Raven's got a 235 current league average. Uses the soft rolls.
I'd love to hear that.
So we talked about
Yeah, she wants to become a film video editor or a graphic designer. You can probably have a world in 5-pin bowling if you wanted.
Yeah,
very
for
well.
sure.
I know when I guess like the pre-TikTok make your own video days, I know she was all over those things. So I could see why she would want to go down that path.
Yeah.
Now, I was talking about Raven up on the lane. She has been heavily coached by Liz Nickel, who I mentioned yesterday is going into the 05 Hall of Fame this year. And Jeff Young would notice, because he's been around long enough, you put a split screen between those two, and those are identical deliveries.
Yeah, very similar styles. If Raven acquires Liz's killer instinct, she's going to be a bowler that is going to be a problem for people in the future, because that was definitely one of the key attributes to Liz. You don't want to be on her bad side, and you don't want her to have to throw the shot against you because you were cooked if that happened.
Yeah, and Raven's openly admitted that one of her improvement areas that she wants is she needs to get that more killer instinct when the foot's down, keep it down instinct into her. She's just naturally nice. And she knows when she gets on the lane, she's got to change that atmosphere.
A youth 5PL, that would be something, hey?
That's a big undertaking. Yep.
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
thinking of the backside of that, I'm like, oh boy. But it would be very cool to have.
How many streams can Mitch run in a weekend?
Yeah.
Kaylee going for the handball right here. And there it is.
We go.
Great shot.
4 in a row for Kaylee. What a start.
And just walks off the lane like it's not a thing, Like,
Right off the lane.
That's what I do.
It's like you can breathe now, Kaylee. It's okay.
Averaging 250 this tournament so far, Kaylee.
Yeah.
So like we said, Ryan Luker, this is the local boy who only lives maybe 10, 15 minutes away from the lanes in Stony Creek. He bowls. I know he bowls wide. I know he bowls out of Mountain. I think he also bowls out of Echo. Out in Brantford.
Great shot by Vanessa.
Yeah, so like Ryan, like I said before, like I've known Christy and Gary, Ryan's parents. Christy, I was in Bantams, second year Bantams when I switched from Sherwood Center to Mountain Lanes, and she was my coach. She was the first coach in my bowling career that made bowling fun for me and made me want to be better. One of the most influential people in my bowling career is his mother. And Gary bowled a lot of tournaments growing up. Always a solid person to be around. But they were staples in Mountain Lanes. Christy's mom, Ryan's grandmother, was the manager of Mountain Lanes, for most of my bowling career when I was there. And, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Knowing Ryan a bit, he's just so dedicated to bowling. It's a passion of his as well, as it runs in the whole family. And you can just see it,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Christy was saying on Friday when I was talking to her, I believe this is Ryan's 4th Nationals. And she said he still hasn't left Ontario for a Nationals, but she was just like over the moon happy that he is in a Nationals at Mountain Lanes, just what Jeff said, the closeness and attachment. She's like, I never thought the full circle would come around here.
So looking at the halfway mark. So I was just going to give a quick update. The halfway mark of this game, 551 to 576, both teams with 2 strikes and a spare working. So super close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say in 2008, I went double Nationals, Open and Masters, and that's when I was still living in Hamilton. And both Nationals that year were held at Sherwood Center, and I could walk out of my front door and see the Sherwood Center sign 2 blocks away from my house. So I can relate to the full circle bowling Nationals and being at home. You do feel cheated in a way, but it's also a nice level of comfort too.
Yeah,
for sure.
So Cody just picked a head pin there. It looked like it was going across, but it didn't. So he got his 5 count. If he gets his 15 here, he's still maybe 1 ball, half a ball lead with Colton being on that strike.
Yeah.
And good cleanup there.
Also to note for the Newfoundland team, Luke Walsh is in for Jenna now. He finished off that last frame.
Good shot
So
by Reed.
you're going to see quite a bit of passion and emotion from the 3 spots for the second half of this game, because Luke is bouncing around and running out shots. So maybe a little bit of momentum maybe carrying for Newfoundland, with a little bit of excitement, and not saying Jenna isn't exciting. Luke can get a team fired up pretty quick if he throws a couple good shots here.
For sure. He's got a lot of energy that he channels on the lane.
Hard to tell if Abby throwing soft rolls. Those look like soft rolls. Now she got a little closer to the camera. Looks like red and yellow soft rolls, maybe.
Yeah.
Do we have her bio? We will pull that up quickly.
I can, yeah.
Kaylee just a little off on her 4-bagger. Throws 5 side and then down the other side.
And a little tangle. Oh, there we go.
So as we're
Indeed.
so Kaylee just went to Smith on her 4-bagger. So she's got her match in hand at the moment, but obviously 4-bagger, you want to make sure you get this big one here. There you go. Good shot. Oh, didn't get the slide.
So it's I was mentioning this yesterday for basically the same lineup for Newfoundland. It's just it was an entertaining dynamic who you had Luke bowling in the 3 spot, and like I said, bouncing around, a lot of emotion, gets fired up, and then you have Vanessa and Carter bowling behind him that are a little more stoic, quiet confidence, and you don't see a whole lot of emotion from them. But it's just a big balance of trying not to get overhyped. I guess if you're Vanessa coming off of that, and like I said, she's an experienced player at her young age, so she knows what she's doing.
And sometimes you need that balance in the team. If you have 6 go raw bowlers, you can almost punch yourself out after a couple games of just constant yelling. You need sometimes that little stoic person to, they throw their break and they just bring the mood down a little bit just to calm everything down a touch.
Yeah, agreed.
I think that's something you learn over time, is just obviously the emotion, and good emotion versus bad emotion, making sure you control your breathing and your heart rate.
Yes.
It's not something that I learned early on as I was young. I was a little bit of a hothead and crazy man. I had to learn that as you age, because you can't sustain high levels of energy for the entire course of a game, right? So knowing when the right time is to provide that high energy and right time to just stay calm and controlled.
Yeah, and speaking of energy, I know it's for Ontario's case here, they got to win 3 games if they want to win the gold today. And they had a struggle those last 2 games to finish off the day yesterday. And as I was talking to some of the bowlers at the hotel, and we all went out for dinner, discovered that a lot of them were. We talked about this the other day. A lot of them were not eating at all, or eating very little. And you
can relate to that.
Energy.
I still remember in danger before. Not eating.
I still remember a couple years ago club tour with Jeff. I think you got dehydrated, didn't you? At club tour.
I remember that.
I actually needed someone to come take a look at me and make sure I was all right. Yeah. That's. I mean, I've learned from that. I mean, being in my 40s and learning that, I hope they learn from their experience in their teenage years.
Yeah.
Right.
That you do need to kind of like top up the tank and make sure that your vitals are in good shape, because it is not a fun experience when your heart's racing and you're really dehydrated. And I mean, I literally blacked out throwing a ball, and it was just basically I had overstressed and dehydrated myself. And now I'm making sure I'm eating something all the time and drinking. It used to be against my whole religion of bowling, but now that's changed.
Yep. Yeah. I'll be 40 in August, and it just basically last year, I finally accepted the fact that you gotta eat, get some electrolytes into you, because if you're not getting younger, you're gonna lose energy even quicker.
Yeah, and I'll say that tournament was the first tournament ever in my life that I had actually out loud said that I didn't want to bowl anymore. I wanted to go home, and that was a rough moment. And then it ended up, like you said, electrolytes. Some had smashing chocolate chip cookies, drank
Yep.
a bunch of Gatorade, and it was like, someone just shocked me, and I was good to go after that.
Yeah,
Like,
and those, like you said, those marathons, they'll get you because you suddenly realize in an hour I just threw 3 games, and all you're like, "Whoa, what just happened?"
Yeah.
Great job by Abby there. She got the left corner to kick out, so good start, strike. So is it Luke that's in for Jen now?
Yeah, now it's Luke Bolin. Yeah, so we'll see if he
So
can
Luke,
bridge
Jen.
the bottom here.
So
That was a
after
bomb
kind of
there.
a rough 6th frame for Newfoundland and Labrador, they had those couple corner spares that they missed, that head pin up top. They're coming out, getting some marks to put up there to get into that second half, not letting Ontario creep too far away, as they did get a little bit of a lead in total in that last frame.
So a big spare by Colton there, getting that left corner. Raven up, trying to get the double. Raven, she needs at least a minimum of spare. Nice spare there by Luke. So Raven needs a double to try and get back with Abby here into this match.
Raven.
Yeah, I mean,
going
like
for the-
after we're in the 7th frame, and like we're looking at things, and there's a possibility of a 4-4 split here.
Well, I was going to say, but I didn't want to jinx us.
Guys, don't do this to me.
Was there a little bit of panic there, Daryl?
Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, great shot by Vanessa right in the pocket there. This is a good 7th frame for Newfoundland.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, like I said in previous matches, like this is just what they've been doing. I would definitely say their strongest frames, for all the games that I've commentated, 8, 9, 10. They seem to get stronger as the game goes on every single time.
So Jeff, I was going to ask you. It just leads right into this perfectly. I've asked pretty much everybody yesterday. Cam Boone's the one who brought it up, and I thought it was a good theory for him. So he uses in his mind, frame 8 is the foundation frame, leading to 9, 10. I know a lot of people say 9. What's your theory?
I've had this conversation with a few people. It always seems like I would agree with the 8, 9, 10. Like 8 is the start of it, because I know like Mitch Davies and I have talked about it a couple times, where it's like you get to a certain point, and it's just like you always seem to have like 185 and 7th. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just what you do those last 3 frames. And for me, I'm typically a slow starter and a strong finisher. So I don't know if it's just like in my case where I feel like my back is to the wall, or I'm cornered and focus a little more near the end of the game. But I do seem to excel more an 8, 9, 10 than I would say like 1 through 5.
Yeah.
But I do agree, like that 8th frame is really important. I know the stress is on the 9th frame. But if you can get a little bit of momentum, I tell you, doubles look really good going into 10, right?
Yes,
they do.
very much. Yeah, especially in match play. It looks good for you, and it looks bad for your opponent.
Yeah.
Because even if they're remotely close to you, they just see strike, and it's like, oh boy.
Yeah. Massive 7th frame for Newfoundland and Labrador, which is
Very
great
big
because
frame.
lots of points are available up there on the board to bring them back
Eric
in.
needs one in the pocket here to just sort of counterpunch, not a sort of counterpunch and match what Newfoundland just threw up there.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of these matches are going to come right down to the wire as we get into these final few frames. A punch is definitely not what he was
Daryl,
looking
you
for
said
there.
punch too many times.
Yeah, Eric's had a case of the head pins and splits going on the last couple of days. I think he had 7 or 8 splits, including 4 in one game yesterday.
Oh,
Good, maybe slide. No, good shot. Good
it
shot.
was almost an 8. Great cleanup.
Good cleanup there. Yeah, that's all you can do when you pick your head pin. Get your cleanup and then keep going. So what do we got at the moment now? So we have a fairly close match at the top. Close match 2. Kaylee's looking pretty good at the moment, but things you never know. Like you said, that 8, 9, 10. That's there's a lot of pins up there you can still toss up. So we're still looking at what Daryl does. What Daryl's hoping doesn't happen. Good show.
Left to do, though.
A little bit outside for Cody.
Yeah.
Spare
So, Jeff,
here will be
Jeff,
good.
have you seen Cody enough? Is maybe the angle is hard to see. Is it a little baby hook he throws?
Yeah, it looks like he's going right to left with a slight hook.
Okay.
I would like to see, I have never watched him bowl in person, but I'd really like to see throw a ball that's got a lot of stripe on it, so you can really get an idea what sort of revs are on that ball.
Yeah. Big shot by Colton there.
Great shot.
Yeah, great ball.
Yeah, just based on the fact that his left arm comes back towards him instead of up, I would assume he's getting, hook revolutions.
And you can just see
Turning
the
it
flick
forward
when
with
he lets
his right
the
hand.
ball go.
Yeah.
So after that strike thrown for Ontario. Oh, I see a comment. I don't believe the total is correct for Newfoundland, but Newfoundland's total is counting in marks, I believe.
It is, yeah. Brad made that change.
And
Good shot,
Ontario,
Bart.
after that
Doesn't look
first
like
ball,
it
was at
because-
824. After this one, they're now at 839.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not adding it in.
Because they're 142 there, and it's not adding in the 15.
No,
plus
the totals
20.
for the individual players are not including it, but the total at the bottom is.
Yes, yeah.
That
It
was
is
looking
different.
good there. That was good on the hand.
No.
Yep, good shot there.
No, it's not.
There.
7,
Okay, I'll do some quick math in a second here. 1 7.
No, I think it's. I don't think it's counting it.
I got 749, not including the 3 marks.
Wow.
Okay.
Or the
Really
4,
good
so.
hit there.
So their
It's
total is
definitely
counting
included
in
in
the
the
mark.
809.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Ontario off to a wild 8th frame.
Mhm.
Strikes.
They were
on the
listening to
top.
our conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 8 9 10 combo.
Time to turn it on. Little bit of a misstep there from Newfoundland.
Ooh, and the outside 5.
Little bonus pin there.
Mm-hmm.
Nice half.
Great
Better shot
half.
for Luke.
from
Yeah.
Labrador.
Yeah. That is such a hard shot to spare.
Little fun fact I learned about Colton here. He's also umpires Little League.
Oh,
Yeah. And he's a
Multi-sport.
helper for an elderly neighbor. So what a good kid that Colton is.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh, tough second ball there.
yep.
That game is close.
all right. That
It's like,
open there. Yeah.
next. Funny thing for Eric. He used to bowl YBC out of my bowling center, and my wife would be really interested to know his third frame when he missed his corner spare, because she would make him do push-ups every time he missed a corner spare. So I'm gonna have to make sure she knows about that miss so that she can coordinate some push-ups accordingly.
Great frame from Ontario, though, especially with the doubles being thrown, right? We're just talking about going into frame 10 with or not a double, but the strikes. Going into frame 10 with a double. There's a lot of opportunity there for Ontario to do that.
It's just so easy to stack score too, right? Like a game like this,
Mhm.
this close. If two of those guys throw doubles, there aren't going to be any doubles for Newfoundland going into 10. That really just bridges a gap for sure.
Well, when the game is this close, every 15 count is massive.
For sure. Every single mark that you have up there, you want to be counting on just to try to get something going here. And Ontario, definitely with those 4 strikes up on the board, that's going to be huge going into 9th frame.
Here we go. Big ninth
That's a
there.
good
Yep. Great shot by Cody. Newfoundland and Labrador not waiting around. Oh, yeah.
It's getting
They're
close to
wanting
dinner
to-
time, right? So they got to get this thing going.
they're wanting to set the tone of the 9th frame. Ontario kind of took control in frame 8 with those strikes on the board. And so now Newfoundland's going to want to try to get some of that momentum back. Even though they're not in the same center, they definitely can see what's going on. We know both their setups have that screen watching the other side. So they need to take some momentum back going into the 10th frame.
And Ontario taking their time. Not a bad thing. It's the choice.
Oh, great
With
shot.
that-
Did he get either of the corners to go?
Did you get either one of them?
No,
Oh,
no.
both of them
The
stayed
ace
up
is
and
at
look at his
9.
face.
No, he's like, oh my goodness.
Oh
Aces.
no, just standing there. Uh-oh. That
My
is not
God.
an ideal time for that. Cody throws the strike in
No.
9. He can get to a max of
260.
260.
Yeah.
That ace is in the 9th frame for Colton is really going to make that match challenging.
And they're definitely they were looking for a ruling there, whether it was down or not. And from my view, it didn't look like it was, but
No,
it's hard to see. But it looks like they are saying it is down.
Oh,
There is people in-house or watching there, so we're relying on the
Oh, for sure, yeah.
JOPs and people to be in-house. So
Yeah.
we are not.
And unfortunately, with the camera angles that we need to have, you just can't quite see. You know what I mean? Like you can't zoom in and see what the pin looks like. So it's got to be nerve-wracking, regardless on that result when he let that ball go.
interesting. Gets the spare.
Yep.
All right, so these are a couple big shots here. I mean, we're safe to say that the third bowler match is pretty much shored up. But there is a possibility of things getting interesting here. That double there, might change things. But
For sure.
Am I back on, guys?
You are back on.
There we
Can
go.
you
All
hear
right.
us?
You're back.
Yeah, there we go.
Amazing. I lost him for a bit, but he's back for the 10th frame.
We're good. It looks like I missed that last frame. So Jeff was just saying, it looks like we got ourselves a close match going here.
Oh, another
sure,
double.
do.
Very nice shot.
There's these doubles though.
Little power chop. Yeah.
45, 90, 105, 120 yet to be added in to Ontario scores. 30.
The way it's all shaken down going in the 10th frame, that second spot is, it could be absolutely vital right now on what happens.
That was a big shot by Ryan. Eric needing another big shot here to help, especially help with totals, but get back into his match.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can't ask for a better 9th going into the 10th than what Southern Ontario could potentially be putting up here.
Sure.
Yeah, 3 spot is the only one probably done. Well, it is done.
Yeah.
Other than that, they're all up for grabs in my mind.
They are all up for grabs. Yep. This is in the games where Ontario has won 5-3, 6-2, 7-1. This has almost been their MO all week. Just like a lot of games coming down to that 10th frame and making sure that either they get the shot
Mm-hmm.
or a little hiccup from the opponent. Yeah, you'll take that.
Up
Yeah.
corner is a shot.
I'll
He's
take
happy with that result this time.
You
Really
take it all
hard.
day.
Yeah.
So
That's the-
He's
that's the
looking to make the
universal
spare, and
standard.
I'm
I'll
looking,
take it. I'll take it. It's okay. I'll take it.
no
he's
one
looking for the spare, and I'm looking to see if he needs more push-ups.
like Jeff and I know, like I've known Eric and Raven their entire lives. Kevin and April are back behind the cameras watching, and Kevin will be watching. He might be a little emotional on the inside or a little nervous on the inside. He won't show it. I'll guarantee you, Eric's mom, April has no nails left. She has probably chewed every single nail on her fingers
So
down.
true.
And April, she'd be one of the biggest cheerleaders in the background too for the get the kids going. She is always there hooting and hollering, especially in the team events. She cheers for everybody, and she's just, I guess, that mom. I guess when it comes to a team.
Yes, Bill Brooks, we will be mailing out the
big shot.
medals at the end of the day. We'll be doing closing ceremonies at the end of the stream on this championship stream, but the actual medals themselves will be getting mailed out to the centers.
That was a big shot by Cody. I don't think Colton knows he threw the strike because he was up on the lane. And he answers right back. And I'm guessing based on that, Cody's not on the approach. He's probably waiting to see the feed of Colton's shot.
So we got 260 to 255.
I seen Bren's feet there, so there must have been a tangle.
So this is too close to call. This match here, it probably comes down to this shot here.
Adjustments. Left himself something sparable, and that could be important.
Yeah, hit the side, Colton, and Colton should have his match. So that is
the outside 5.
Different 5 count.
That's an off 5, yeah. So spare for 235 here for Cody if he gets it, and it looks like he does.
He did. Yep.
So
put this on the side here.
Put it on the side for the win, and there it is.
Yep.
So a big win. I don't know if he's realized he had the win yet because I don't think he looked at the screen. I didn't see him having to look over because it is over at 14. So I don't know if he's realized he did get that W. So Abby with the miss. So that opens up the door for Raven. Raven puts something on the side here, and she can chase her down.
So let me update that total.
And this is like we were talking earlier about Raven, about Liz having that killer instinct. This is when you need that killer instinct to come out now that you know I need to put something on the side and I'm going to chase you down instead of I hope to put it on the side. I'm going to put it on the side.
And I do like that she's taking her time before she throws her first ball, kind of letting her opponent dictate what's happened.
Great shot.
Let her know what she needs to do. And that's
great shot by there's the ham bone.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Turkey. Maybe I'm just calling the next one.
So we're
huge finish here for Ontario.
Huge finish. So she just took match 2.
Yep. Like we said,
match 3 has been taken care of. So yeah, this is the race to totals now.
There's a whole bunch more not counting yet for Ontario there, so I think they're comfortably up.
Good shot.
Great shot.
Good shot. And I'm guessing based on we got some vibrations going on Ontario's camera, it might be a little loud back there.
Yeah.
So they are on the second floor, so it's probably shaking pretty good.
There we go. There's the ham bone now.
There's the ham bone.
That was like the reverse announcer's jinx there.
That's right.
I was lucky enough they saved me. That's all.
So Luke had a strike in the first ball in the 10th, going for his double. Very nice shot. Excellent shot. So obviously it's not going to help his match, but keeps those totals really close. Like you said, with Ontario not counting some pinfall quite yet.
Yeah. And the unfortunate part for Newfoundland is they're up a full bowler right now, down in score.
Yeah,
and they're going to need a lot of help.
Yeah, they need some help here. What a finish by Raven. 5-bagger, got the Yahtzee to finish up. Well, let's hope Luke can get his triple. That'd be that's a good finish for him coming off the bench. Looks good out of the hand, and a pick, but good comeback by Luke, replacing Jen there.
This point, let's see, we got 75, 45, 75, 60, 135. Yeah, I mean they are in pretty much. I think they are mathematically out of it.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
So just try and take those last couple matches and get a little bit of bragging rights that way. And definitely a very solid performance that Newfoundland should be will be very, very proud of. they definitely left it all out on the lane, and I know myself, if I could speak for the province, we're all exceptionally proud of the bowlers that they are, the bowlers that they're becoming, and the effort that they showed this weekend.
Excellent. Jeff, do you happen to know if the team got any sort of local media coverage about this?
I mean, I'm going to be very biased and say that Megan Gallicano is all we need, because she does such a fantastic job. But I don't know if TV stations or anything like that. No, I don't think they did. But
Okay.
I'm out of the bowling center, so I don't know for sure. But I do know, like I said, I guess in the last match where the efforts of Newfoundland and their ability to push some social media is a step up over a lot of other places for sure. And there's a lot of passion from the adults for the youth bowlers. So it's exciting to see that. So
Yes, and it's
Ryan needs.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going. It's showing with Newfoundland. You guys quickly sold out the bowling school this year, didn't you?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's just that really speaks to the passion of bowlers in the entire community, both adult and youth bowlers. That was one of the first things that I noticed when I moved out here. I just couldn't believe the passion for 5-pin bowling. Like, there are literal 5-pin universe fanboys that live in this province that know all the details, don't miss podcasts, and it is very refreshing to see, and especially in the small pocket. Like, we are essentially, aside from Corner Brook, a lot of our bowlers come out of one city. So to have that tight knit community and have such a strong program is very, it's amazing to see. It was shell shocking when I first moved out here, to be honest with you.
Yes. So Eric picked a head pin again there. I know it's based on yesterday and today. Like just being the armchair commentator, whether he ball change or a line change. I wonder if he's considering one or the other, just based on he's all over the middle, but just needs to seem like he's got to get off it just that couple inches.
Yeah, I think if I'm Eric in this situation, I just I start next game and I just tell myself to trust my abilities.
Yeah.
You don't have to put everything on your own shoulders. You got a strong team in front of you, all top youth bowlers. So you don't have to be a one-man army, and just trust your ability, trust yourself, and have that confidence, and he'll be fine. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's been there enough times now. So 6-2 final for Ontario, but fantastic game by Newfoundland. Already took out Saskatchewan this morning. So they obviously, the higher you get up the ladder, the tougher the competition gets, and Ontario just was the better team this game.
So there we have it. We've got Ontario advancing on to face Alberta next. Newfoundland will finish in 4th place. On the championship side, we'll look to have a Newfoundland coach and player come in to do a quick interview. They would have the stream link. So we'll have a little quick chat with them as they wrap up their event and tournament here today. But yeah, now we got another exciting match kind of moving on, right? Ontario versus Alberta.
Yeah.
Should be a big one and interesting there. Let's just go like this. Make sure they've got all their scores. Leave it up there for a few seconds so they can get those. With that, like this, and we're back so they can see our pretty faces, gang.
Back in. Great game by both teams. Both teams were still in the fight right to the end. Ontario just able to turn it on in that 8, 9, 10, which we kind of talked about being those important frames to finish up strong. So
yeah, a little tough to have to do the math, obviously, when you can't count in the final scores. So obviously, centers, if they do have a way with adding in those scores, that would be the preference of the stream and the 5-pin universe and the 5,000 people that are watching, to be able to count the numbers in beforehand. So computer systems and tech people at your lanes, we'd prefer you to have the scores counted, and would be preferred, please.
Here we go.
And it looks like we've got Carter and Art maybe coming in to join us, which is fantastic. fresh off a loss. We've got you guys in there. Carter, Art, thanks for joining us. Obviously not the end that you wanted to finish, but got to be proud of the crew getting your first victory in a stepladder and then moving on here and unfortunately losing to Ontario. Maybe Art, you can start first to sum it up for us, how you feel about the kids and the weekend here went.
Oh, the kids are great. The kids were really good. We done well overall. We did really well. Except for this last game, but anyway, yeah, no, we bowled well. The kids enjoyed themselves, and everything was good.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to ask Carter about it.
Yeah, you bet. Carter, how about yourself? Obviously, from a playing perspective, and not quite the same as playing in person. You've traveled across the country, but unfortunately, this year didn't get to go in person. But how was it playing live stream here? I know, obviously, in Newfoundland, there's probably lots of opportunities for live streaming, some youth tournaments and social media stuff. But it's a little bit different. Maybe just sum up for us how it went for you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great experience. I mean, it's definitely different. Team's great. Couldn't ask for much more. I mean, it's a fun time.
Yeah.
They all had a ball, I gotta say.
Was there a moment for you, Carter, that stuck out to you as something you'll remember about this event?
Just the overall, bowling wise and hanging out with the team. I don't really bowl with 2 or 3 of the people, so I mean,
Yeah,
hanging out with them.
for sure.
This question is more for Art. With the a lot of presence online watching this team bowl. Again, I can easily say that Newfoundland is very proud of their performance this week. Is there anything in particular you want to say to the bowlers that competed on this team, messages to them? What you saw from their performances that you really want to make note of and make sure that they get to hear from you?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. They performed very well. I got to say, they conducted themselves very well. Everybody seemed to have a great time, and pick up a few more spears would have been good. But anyway, it was all good. They were great bunch. Boys and girls, they were great. That's about all I can say about it.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you guys.
Interviewer. I know. I'm not very good at it.
No worries. We're just glad to get you guys on here and chat with us for a little bit. Obviously, appreciate putting together or playing in the event this weekend and putting your best foot forward. So, congratulations, 4th place. We'll let you guys go and we'll wrap this match up. Jeff Young, appreciate you being with us here for representing Newfoundland.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Daryl Noble, you'll carry on.
I'll hang around. Yep.
And we
and good luck to Ontario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little break here. We'll be back with you 10-15 minutes. I'll run some highlight videos and do some fun stuff here, but appreciate you all. Have a good afternoon now watching the rest of the last couple of games here.
Thanks very much.
All right. Ooh, just us there now, gang.
Yeah.
We're done too. Got a couple more to go. But yeah.
Finding out who's getting the medals.
Now we're into medal territory.
Now we're into medal territory. Yeah.
Yep.
Right on.
All right.
Okay, we're gonna do a couple highlight videos and we'll see you all in a bit.
Awesome. All right, welcome back.
Oh, DB, you're muted.
It's great little
yeah.
hello everybody, and we're back, and here we go. Never made a mistake in my life.
Oh, jeez.
Alberta versus Ontario. Your big match.
It's going to be a big one.
Yeah. Alberta's been warming up since before the previous game started. So I think
right?
they've been at it for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said they were at the lanes about 11 o'clock today. So they had the last match up on the screen. They were watching that as it was going. And then they also have been just throwing balls and warming up. So
Don't have the clip for the Alberta Ontario, of course, that I love to play multiple times. Don't think I do.
No.
Okay, that's fine. But let's bring in our guest commentators for this match. So I'm just going to remove the banner. Guest commentators, we all know Daryl Noble representing Ontario. Thank you, Daryl. And a new commentator to the mix today. Hello, Colin Christensen.
Hey, hello, everyone. It's great to be on the stream. I'm really excited for this match. I think it's going to be an absolute barn burner.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has potential to be a very high-scoring match.
It absolutely does. We've got our two highest scoring teams in the tournament in the round robin play facing off head-to-head against each other.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Southern Ontario, they were there pretty early today. I think they were warming up as the 4-5 match was going. So same thing like you just said with Alberta. So we got two teams that are warmed up, and they're probably seeing the five of us thinking, get off the screen, I want to throw my ball.
Probably, yeah.
Last match, so they did play each other day one, match number 3. It was 6-2 for Alberta over Ontario, 12-16 to an 11-87 in that match.
Yeah.
Lots
high-scoring games.
Yeah,
both these teams have had a lot of high scores in the round robin. Both of them have had some pressure shots that they've made and came down to wired games where they've turned it on. We saw that from Ontario in the last match where they had to kind of come alive in 8, 9, 10 to solidify that win, and they got the job done.
Let's do some rosters here. So Daryl Noble.
All right, Southern Ontario. So our girls first, Kyla Wallace out of Smiths Falls. Raven Haymakers out of Port Elgin. Kaylee Milner is out of Sarnia. And for the boys, we got Eric Berg out of Port Elgin. Ryan Luker out of Ingersoll. Stony Creek. And Colton Stewart out of Ingersoll. Our coaches, Jennifer Hager out of Windsor. And Matt Wallace out of Smiths Falls. And we're bowling at Mountain Lanes in Hamilton.
Thank you. Colin.
Yeah, and over to Team Alberta. So from the girls' side, we have Jillian Collins, who plays out of Sherwood Bowl in Sherwood Park, just outside of Edmonton. We have Michaela Sanderson, who plays out of Toppler Bowl in Calgary. And we have Brianna Nystrom, who also plays out of Sherwood Bowl in Sherwood Park. And from the boys' side, we've got Jordan Lowen, who's from Cochrane, Alberta, just west of Calgary, plays at his home lanes of Cochrane Lanes. We've got Nathan Woodkovich out of Chinook Bolodrome in Calgary. And we've got Matthew Cox, who is also out of Sherwood Bowl in Sherwood Park. And the Alberta coaches, we have Heidi Mapstone, who coaches out of St. Albert Bowl, just outside of Edmonton. And we have Steve Petrosivic, who coaches out of HJ's in Grand Prairie in northern Alberta. And the Alberta team is being hosted for this tournament out of Bonnie Doon Bowling Lanes in Edmonton.
You bet. And you're getting some love out there too, Coach Colin.
There we go. Thanks, Todd.
We'll bring up the bowling center. I think we're looking pretty good there, gang.
Yep.
We're all good.
Obviously having the higher seed, or Alberta having the higher seed, so they obviously were just waiting to see what that lineup from Ontario was going to be before putting their lineup in, deciding what they were going to do.
I'm sure it's Alberta.
I wasn't sure which side.
Yeah, still warming up. I was going to say, I wonder if it was that Alberta or they that ANSI got themselves going early.
Yeah, just getting some last minute warm up in from the looks of it. Curious to see what the lineups are going to be. I think it's always kind of an interesting debate. Do you put your 5 strongest bowlers out and just run them from the start and hope that everybody kind of starts firing? Or do you maybe keep back one of your more experienced players on the bench and look to maybe make a quicker pull if somebody starts feeling the nerves a little bit and needs to maybe come out of a match?
Yeah. So Ontario, that game, they ran their 5 strongest bowlers for average-wise for the week. Based on, looks like they're going to run the same lineup unless there's a change I'm not aware of. I'm looking at the screen right now. That's the same lineup that they had game 1 here against Newfoundland. So it looks like they're going to do that. And then you're going to have Kyla coming off the bench. She ended up staying on the bench that game. It was a close game, and Southern Ontario was able to pull away. But Kyla can more than handle herself. She is struggling a little bit this week at the tournament, but she is more than capable coming off the bench and getting that big shot when it's needed.
For sure. And it looks like Alberta over here is going to run that same lineup they used when they threw their massive 1,600 yesterday in the round robin. Doesn't really surprise me. That obviously was a lineup that worked. Everybody could feed off each other. Nathan and Michaela at the top, Jillian and Jordan at the bottom, all throwing over 300. So makes sense to put those ones kind of back in those positions again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you
absolutely
ride that lineup until the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
And of course, Matthew Cox on the bench for Alberta. Again, maybe having a little bit of a struggle this weekend, but he is a very capable player. He has a lot of nationals experience. He's been to YBC Nationals 5 times in the past, and this is his 2nd Youth Challenge Nationals. So, you've got a lot of kind of experience coming in off the bench there too.
And a veteran being okay with, maybe starting on the bench, right? And I think that's a position that's not always that comfortable, like, oh, I want to play kind of thing. But you know what? You have to be there for the team. And at the end of the day, not everybody gets to start. One person has to be. So whoever that is got to be a good team player.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that bench player does have a key role to play. You're there to support and cheer on your teammates and kind of talk to them in the pit away from the lanes as well, too, and kind of make everybody comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. And same with the Ontario side. Well, that might get a. So Kyla being on the bench, she is the big cheerleader for Ontario. So she's definitely not. I'm sitting down moping that I'm not playing this game. I'll probably lay odds if you turn the camera around. She's the first one there, greeting the players and getting them going.
For sure.
So some pretty solid averages here for the Alberta contingent. Jillian with a 264, sorry. Michaela 264. Jordan had 271. Nathan just shy of 300, averaging 295 for the tournament, playing in all 90 frames so far. So pretty impressive stats there for that group.
Yeah, and team score wise, they did set the 9-game scoring record for Youth Challenge Nationals as well.
Nice.
Excellent. So good start for Colton there with Ontario right in the pocket. We got Raven up now. Raven finished off with a 5-bagger to finish off that game against Newfoundland. So she keeps that hot streak going. Like you said, there like that comment just said, there could be some fireworks this game.
Ooh,
gets the late volley corner. Michaela off to a hot start.
Bomb. Yep.
We had a Montreal Canadiens jersey cheering on Alberta. So we had
yeah.
I'm not sure where we're from, but that looks good out of the hand. Ooh,
just a little heavy there for Brianna.
And there's
still a good, confident-looking ball.
Yeah.
Of course, I had great intention of talking about the Oilers here today, but we'll just quickly skip over that one.
Yeah, I'm a little torn on that. I'd love to see the Oilers make the Cup final, but I did have Dallas versus the Field on my wager. So So we're getting lots of let's go Ontario, lots of let's go Alberta's in the comments. It appears a lot of people at the Master Senior in Oshawa at Neb's Fun World seem like they're streaming this match at the tables and watching it. So I think we got ourselves a good crowd if watching this match here. Word traveled quickly through social medias that Ontario won. So you can't ask for a better start from Southern Ontario at the moment. And when you're playing a team like Alberta with, like you said, they just set the 9-game record, 16-07, 8-8-8 to finish. You got to keep that going. This could be one of those games where the first team to have that bad frame and blink, that could be it.
For sure. Good cover there from Jillian on her half. Any mark you can get in the first frame is a good one. And, doesn't quite get the 5th strike for Ontario.
So I was talking to Eric's dad, Kevin Berg, between games, asking him, was Eric talking about making an adjustment because there's a lot of head pins and picks coming out of him. And he said, as of right now, it's more telling Eric, trust your shot and stay down. They've noticed he's sort of coming out of it at the release. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if he is keeping himself down. He does seem like he's sticking a little bit. He got the arm out right there. That was perfect. There was a couple times where he said it's a little tacky at times on him.
Yeah. And the perfect thing about this format, having all of these games on, is kids can go back and look at what was a game that I bowled really well and how did that look versus what was a game that I struggled or I was punching headpins and how did that look? Sometimes it's easy for us coaches or adults to say to them like, well, you're doing this, but when they can actually see what that looks like and the difference between a good shot and a not good shot in their own approach.
Exactly.
It's a really good tool if they want to go use it.
Yeah, and with today's technologies, you can crop your good shot and split screen your bad shot, and you can probably pinpoint exactly where you went wrong, whether it was a quick foot, arm out, whatever it was. You can probably figure it out pretty quick.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah,
so definitely
great
not the
start
start
from
Alberta.
Ontario.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say Alberta, not quite the hot start that we were probably expecting from them, but they are the ones coming off of that, just coming into the stepladder, whereas Ontario already has a game under them. So.
That's a great ball from Nathan. And I agree with that. I think it could just be that opening frame jitters a little bit, just looks a little tight, having a couple of head pins and Nathan's 12 count in that first frame. It looks like they're close, maybe just pushing a little bit. So hopefully they can settle in and get rolling.
So Colin, do you have ages of the bowlers for Alberta? Is this a younger team, a little bit of everything, a veteran team out there?
A little bit more of a veteran team out there. Jordan is 16 years of age. Everybody else is kind of 17 or 18 years old on the Alberta team. So plenty of experience, plenty of nationals experience as well from this Alberta team.
And then Alberta, I was mentioning, or Ontario, they have a 14-year-old, a 17-year-old, and 4 16-year-olds. Same thing, lots of experience though. So a youngish team compared to some others, but lots of provincial and national experience. So on both sides here. So like I said, after that first frame, even with Southern Ontario having that fantastic frame, there's probably still a little bit of nerves because they were talking about, they won Alberta. They didn't want to, they lost the 6-2 and they wanted to get their revenge match on them. Looks like a good shot from Raven. And leaves that
just doesn't quite fall. Looks like it's real close though.
So as I mentioned last game and yesterday, Raven's she's been struggling with picking up her corner. She's usually pretty bang on with these. So I don't know if it's a line that she hasn't just found on these new lanes. Being a different center, I don't think she's ever bowled here until this tournament. So hopefully, for her sake, she can get this corner spare. There you go, right on the nose. Jillian trying to get her 30 count. Good shot. Very nice shot.
Yeah, no doubt. Yep.
Looks like Alberta's
Already much better.
Move a little bit this game.
Yeah, much better frame too already.
Looks good out of the hand for Kaylee. And there's a double for Kaylee. So Kaylee's starting off well like she did last game. She stumbled a little bit towards the end. So if she can keep the hot streak going here for Ontario's sake, hopefully she can keep it going as Jordan picked the head pin there. But I'm sure he'll get his side and then get it going from there.
You certainly hope so. I know Jordan has been very very steady for the team in that anchor spot all tournament long. He won 7 of his 9 matches through the round robin play.
So a head pin from Ryan. Try and get your side, and then get your extra 5 on there. Colin, if you notice, obviously there's been a ton of strikes from Alberta being thrown with the scores they were throwing, and we know Bonnie Doon can sometimes get some odd pinfalls. Have you noticed the kids, if they happen to throw maybe a head pin or a split, have they gotten to that little vortex of why did I not spare this, or they still have that mindset to make sure I get that heavy side and then if I happen to spare it, good for me?
I think by and large, from what I've seen watching the streams, it's very much been kind of a head down and get your sticks if you're not quite on that strike.
Okay.
Certainly, they've been getting the strikes to fall at Bonnie Doon for sure. We know it's a higher scoring house, but these, as mentioned, all of these youth have had so much experience at these kind of tournaments that I don't think it really phases them too much. They just kind of know to buckle down and get their sticks, and especially in this format, every pin counts.
Yeah, I know on Friday after the games, I was talking to some Ontario bowlers, and they admitted that they fell into that trap of trying to spare splits or odd or non-traditional sparable shots. And they definitely went with the mindset yesterday of make sure I get the high side. And I think they ended up sparing 4 splits as a team yesterday, just not overthrowing the ball or trying to hammer it across the crash pad. Just get the sticks and it happened to bounce over.
Oh, wow.
There's a spare from Eric. Very
Great
nice.
shot spare.
Yeah. Another great
4 marks in a frame is always
frame.
going to be a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, when you go 4 marks and the 1 non-mark was a head pin, that's that's all right. You take that.
Yeah. So we have Mitch doing a running total of Ontario's play with the marks counting in. So we know that they don't have that up on their scoreboard right now.
Alberta doesn't do marks. In fact, Alberta shows everything.
Yeah.
Another head pin deuce by Nathan there.
Yeah. You'll see lots of that. Everybody's been all over the middle, but definitely a little bit more punchy, not quite finding the side like they were yesterday at the end of the day.
So
That's
Colin,
always the key in these pressure matches as well too, is trying to get comfortable and shake off any nerves that you have at the start and finding that nice relaxed smooth ball and not trying to force it into that middle.
Yeah, Colin, I was just about to ask you, Nathan, he looks like a pretty tall boy with some long arms, so he's got that pendulum automatically for some speed. Is he throwing the ball a little harder than usual right now, or is this just one of those just a slight adjustment and he'll be on the side?
Yeah, I think just a slight adjustment. He doesn't look like he's necessarily over amping it up. Like you said, he does have a lot of easy speed, but he's also very good at kind of keeping that speed in control and kind of working at what his speed should be. So maybe just gripping the ball a little too tight and not getting that good roll out of the hand.
Looks good out of the hand from Raven. Very nice shot, 5 in the pit. So Raven continuing the hot streak she finished with against Newfoundland and carrying it over here to Alberta. And like if you're Kaylee, I mentioned last game, Kaylee's really come over shell and really cheering and some jumping around and getting to know the team a little more as the 14-year-old on the team. It's hard not to keep yourself motivated when you got Raven in front of you doing what she's been doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's been playing some tremendous matches. Absolutely.
So Michaela, miss. Hopefully get your 5 sticks here. Keep your count going. There you go.
There we go.
I think
Always
the thing
like
we
to use
know
that
about
third ball to get relocked back onto that middle.
with Alberta, both of these teams obviously, but Alberta can get on a heater at some point in time and start throwing a whole bunch of strikes.
Oh,
it's
yes.
just a matter of okay, who's going to be the one to start getting the strikes, and the nerves are done. You're now playing. You're 2.5 frames in. Great shots all around. We need to start throwing. Yeah,
Alberta. Like obviously, I've seen the stream and a couple of highlights. They're one of those teams where if you're Ontario, you're never comfortable. Just like you said, you just all of a sudden bang, 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 and they all of a sudden a team 9-bagger just got thrown at you.
It's like they're just doing a little score adjustment on Michaela.
Yeah, I thought she only got the 3-pin on that first ball, and then she kind of continued to throw at it with the 5-side reset. So it'll be an interesting call from the judge of play on site.
I know Tim from the C5 is on site in the lanes. There he is trying to help solve it there.
So Ryan just got a big break. He turned a solid head pin into a chop off there. So see if he can take advantage of it, get a mark going. And there you go. So big break, and he takes advantage of it with the spare.
Brianna's struggled the last couple of games or the last couple of days in the tournament during the round robin, but been on the middle both of her first shots. Dropped that one a little bit.
Yeah, so hopefully she can come back with the spare. Interesting to note, though, with her, maybe average-wise, a little bit of a struggle, but she has won 5 matches, and she has been kind of clutch a couple of times when she really needed to be down the stretch in matches, too.
Yeah, still grinding things out for sure. That was a better ball. She threw it out there a little bit more.
That was a good shot. Yeah. Good
shot.
Great
ball
That's
for
a
Eric.
great shot from Eric. Good fist bump. Try to get the team going for next frame as well.
So whether it's a slight adjustment or Eric's just like staying down like we talked about, he's one of those bowlers with this team that if he gets in that groove, it's hard to get him out of it.
Yeah. Another 4th mark frame for Ontario. Kind of taking control of this a little bit early.
See what Jillian can do here if she can put the double on the board.
Yeah,
she finished with a very, very hot kind of last 3 games. She shot over 1,000 triple for her last 3. I think it was 1,006, including a 380 and a 352. So hopefully she can harness a little bit of that here. That looks a little bit heavy. She will get the split out of it.
That's a very nice ball. Like I said, that's almost effortless delivery she has. That's a delivery that could stand the test of time. You're not gonna you keep a little delivery like that. There's gonna be no knee issues down the road. So try and pick up that 3 pin, and just missed on it.
Jordan.
A little bit of a tough frame here for Alberta. Let's see if Jordan can get a big strike here at the bottom and try to get them going here for that 4th frame.
Yeah, not the start they've been looking for. Just taking a quick glance at their screen, they're all over the middle. Just sort of too much on the middle at the moment. So, like you said, they're more than capable of going on that heater all of a sudden. And this could be the start from Jordan if he puts it in the pocket. There you go.
That's a great ball.
There it is. Yep.
That's what that team needed. Start him up at the bottom.
Yep, and that could be that potential. And there it goes. Nathan comes up and he throws one in the pocket, and next thing you know, that tractor's going.
Yeah, and especially late in the day yesterday, Nathan and Michaela were feeding very well off of each other in those 1-2 spots. So, hopefully they can get a bit of chemistry going up there.
Colin, do you have any idea of how many people are in the background watching, or a rough idea?
Yeah, I'm hearing from somebody that's on site there. There's probably about 35, 40 people that are in attendance. So good little crowd of people watching Team Alberta and turning them on in Edmonton.
So obviously a lot of family members, but do we have some local YBC bowlers or just local adult bowlers that are there also checking it out?
It sounds like it from what I'm hearing. It looks like it's a pretty good crew that showed up, and hopefully more people kind of continue to come in as this match goes on.
Yes, absolutely. I've been told it's probably in the 20 to 25 people range watching in Hamilton for Ontario.
Alberta had 896 in the 5th frame during that big game, and the only other time was 5 GP Holy Rollers in the 5PL with Coach Steve each time.
Another great shot by Raven. She is on fire right now. She's in that rocking chair at the moment with the double there. Great start for her. Kaylee opened with a double and 5 missed, so get back on that train for her. Hopefully get on the side of the head pin. Hopefully Michaela can get going here, hit the middle or hit the side. Let's get it out of the hand.
Much more comfortable ball than last frame for Michaela.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Now, Colin, do you know at Bonnie Doon, is there a particular ball, whether it's a backup hook or even like a make of a ball that tends to benefit pinfall a little better than others at this place?
I would say from what I've experienced at Bonnie Doon, sort of throwing it fairly hard and straight up the middle tends to work quite well. I know some of our Edmonton people on the stream may be able to comment on that a little bit better, but typically the more sweeping hooks struggle a little bit. They are on the 17-inch pin spots, so the 2 pins are a little bit closer in, and sometimes that slower ball speed with more of a sweeping break has a tendency to jump the corners.
Okay.
Yeah, with the way Bonnie Doon is set up, you definitely have the risk if you do throw in from the side quite a bit that you can leave a lot of corners. I know my ball that hooks there, it definitely leaves a lot of corners. I'm forced to do a lot of pinning when I'm at Bonnie Doon. If you throw harder, though, it's a lot more forgiving for sure.
Okay.
I would say that is more of where you would find the breaks over balls or hook versus backup. I think it definitely favors a speed ball for sure.
Wonderful. And speaking of speed, so Ryan just went head pin, turned it into a chop for his second frame in a row, but unfortunately for him, missed his spare. So if he gets 15 here for the 74, so he's only trailing by 6 against Jillian. So the match is obviously still very, very close. We got another close match at the bottom here. Like you said, we could easily see Jordan and Eric string 5-6 baggers all of a sudden here against each other.
100%.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Eric has said that these two, him and Jordan, have had quite the history coming through YBC, through Youth Challenge, through 4 steps. They seem to always run into each other.
It's funny how that always seems to work out when you do get your chance to go to nationals multiple times and you face off against the same people over and over again.
I believe Jordan does have the upper hand in head match play and I guess overall gold medals, but it's been a friendly rivalry that they seem to have with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan, I show, is having won 2 gold medals at the YBC Nationals in 2018 in the Bantam Singles Division, and then in 2022 in the Junior Singles Division.
Okay, there we go. I'm just trying to look up.
Here we go. Jordan said they played each other twice before, with him winning both times. So
there we go. So obviously, Eric got his spare, not the start Jordan was looking for, again off that strike, but he's hitting it, so it's all you can ask at that point.
Yeah, on the middle is where you want to be for sure, and hopefully just with trying to settle those nerves a little bit, just getting a little bit more relaxed. Hopefully this Alberta team can start finding the side a little bit more consistently.
Good shot.
There we go. A thin one for Mason. We'll take that.
Colton looking for his double. That looks good out of the hand from Colton. Wow.
Oh, bad burn through on that right corner.
That pin looked like it was halfway over and then decided I'm not going down. Very good shot.
Julia Robko down in the building at Bonnie Doon watching Team Alberta. She'll be going for her own national medal next week.
Well, good luck to her.
Yeah. Michaela with another split, almost kicking the chop off.
Split
and
spare.
That 2-pin fall.
Miss spare from Colton there.
Good work from Michaela maximizing that count on that strike.
Yeah,
I always kind of preach that when I'm coaching the youth is, that head pin on a strike, that second ball is so key to get that maximum count back on that strike.
Absolutely. Yeah, get that 25 count. We got Raven up. Raven looking. I'm guessing we're hovering over the turkey icon. See if we can get that to pop up on the screen here. See if Raven can put it in that left pocket. That's her shot, left pocket. And
just a little too far of a pushover.
Yeah. Yeah, I've known Raven. Her we mentioned last game. I've known Raven since the day she was born. So left pocket is her shot, and usually her miss is almost like a whiff to the right side. You almost swear it's just going to tickle the head pin over. When she misses on the left side, that is usually almost her trying to guide the ball too much and not even getting it really out there.
Yeah.
So a good spare though. Looks like Brianna.
She spared that one. Yep.
She spared. Okay, I missed what I saw the correction. Wasn't sure what she did, but good spare.
Oh yeah,
she did spare. Bonnie Doon has a tendency to sometimes miscount the spares.
Yep.
So, Colin, if with you being a coach, obviously Alberta is not off to the start they were ideally looking for at the moment. They're still well within all their matches and totals, and you're halfway through the game now. Are you pulling the team back quickly before Nathan goes and throws his first shot, and just a little 20-second reminder of why you're here? This is why you're the 2 seed. This is, you'll remember what you guys did yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. I think it wouldn't hurt to have that regroup with the team at the halfway mark. Having a little bit better frame here, though, for sure. We've got 3 out of 4 marks on the Alberta side of the board. We'll see what Jordan can do here. But yeah, I definitely think so. It's always good to just try and resettle everybody down and just kind of remind them, like, hey, this is our game. Let's focus on our side, not worry about what's going on in the other feed, and just play our game.
Yes. Very nice shot.
Jordan with a great, comfortable looking ball there.
Very nice shot. No, Colin, I was
the pace. Good, Daryl.
Well, so I was mentioning last game and yesterday. I said all 6 bowlers for Ontario are scoreboard watchers. Do you happen to know what majority of the bowlers or what the bowlers are with Alberta?
Knowing what I know, a little bit more familiar with the Calgary-based bowlers, as that's where I'm based out of as well. But yeah, I'm sure Nathan and Michaela and Jordan are all watching the feed very closely. They're definitely the kind of bowlers that like to know where they are. And I know saw a picture of the setup that they've got going on, and just off screen on the right side there on the approach of 47, they actually have quite a large TV screen set up on a table with the feed going. So it's right there for the kids to watch if they do want to check in on the match and see how things are going.
Yeah, same as Ontario. They got a big screen right behind lane 14, so they can check everything. And we're saying if they throw their strike and move back quick enough, they can actually watch their replay on the stream. And I don't know if you noticed as you were talking about which ones look at the scoreboard, who doesn't. Alberta's coach just below the camera there did pull them aside and had a little talk with them.
Yeah, I think it fits good too, them finishing the frame a little bit early. It's like, just make sure you're not standing around getting too nervous, and just try to keep everybody loose and ready to go for that next frame.
Yeah, absolutely. So good frame, I guess, spare-wise from Ontario, but a couple misses of the head pin, so counts got killed a little bit. But you have your spares, and we got 1, 2, so we got 4 marks from Alberta. Like I said, much better 5th frame there. You got half a game. And as Steve said the other day, yesterday's game when they shot the 16, they really went off the sheet to finish the last half of the game. So it's there for their potential to do it.
Oh, big double from Nathan.
Good push.
Absolutely. Nathan's the kind of field bowler that when he throws one, you're pretty sure there might be 3 or 4 more coming after it, kind of thing, right? So he's definitely able to get into that groove, and when it's feeling good, he gets locked on that middle. I mean, we've seen that all tournament. He's almost averaging 300 through the round robin play. He's just been absolutely lights out.
Is he throwing house balls?
He is not. I can't remember what the profile says, but it's an older set of rubbers that he is throwing.
Okay, I just saw the spiral come down. I think from watching the Western Tour, I always thought that was the house ball. Like people pick it up for the 3rd shot, and it looked like the house ball. That's why I was curious.
Heritage has house balls that look very similar to that one. So from the Heritage traditional, last week their house balls look very similar to that. I'm not sure if they're the same make, but they have the same pattern on them.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So a shot from Raven getting that pocket for her. A very nice shot.
Another big strike for her.
Yeah, that's a big shot right there.
She's really taking control in that match in that 2nd position.
Ontario keeping pace with the marks here this frame. So Brianna got a little outside 20 counts, so hopefully she can get her spare and get going. And Colin, there's a strike from Caleb. While we have the moment, just in case for whatever reason, they happen not to get in the match. So Southern Ontario has Kyla Wallace. She is on the bench this game. Who is on the bench for Alberta, just so we can get their name out there?
We have Matthew Cox on the bench for Alberta in this match. He's actually 19 years old, very experienced bowler, very familiar with this format. So he's definitely a reliable face that they can go to if they need to in one of these matches.
Excellent. Daryl, will you be able to pull up his profile just as a 19-year-old? This will be his last youth challenge. Just give him a little shot for the people to see.
You bet. I can work that in. For Matthew Cox, we're talking?
Yes.
Yeah, you bet. So current league average 217. Uses the hard rolls and the paramounts.
There we go.
Has had a 420 single. He also actually works at Bonnie Doon as well.
Excellent. Just in case, as a 19-year-old, for if this happens to be if they happen to not win and he doesn't get in, just so he still get his acknowledgement as someone who's going to age out at the end of this season. Good shot by Jordan. Again, he's all over the middle. He's got the strike pick, almost like he's alternating frames or alternating lanes.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough go. It's always always difficult. You feel like you're throwing a lot better than you're scoring in those kind of games.
That's a hard start-stop there when three picks in 5 frames. That's a hard start.
Still four marks.
Too.
Yeah, so 3 marks in the 4th frame, 4 marks in the 4th frame, 4 marks in the 6th frame. I think the message, like you said earlier, was just continue to build on what you're starting now. And 7, 8, 9, 10, right? It's not done yet. Little ways to go, and obviously Ontario wants us to keep putting the pressure on.
So I just got a text from Ontario. Has Alberta made a substitution that we may have missed? I didn't see one.
I haven't seen one. No, I haven't seen Matthew come in.
I know. Like Ontario at all the matches, they put the piece of paper up to the camera. I wonder if they just saw the profile go up and they thought there was a sub coming in.
Right. No, I haven't. We haven't seen a sub yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Not right. Well, Eric, that's a sweeper.
A little bit of a thin slider there for Eric, but definitely take that four big strikes on the board there for Ontario in the 6th frame.
There hasn't been many sweepers up mountain. You usually, if you hit the pocket, you're generally going to get them, but the sweeper shot hasn't really seemed to be there. So that's a big break for him.
Yeah, and Heidi's been pretty good at indicating when a sub happens. We didn't see that. So
yeah. Well, Nathan going for his triple, like we said, he throws 1, he throws 2, he might throw 5 at you. So you got to really be careful with him.
And is he going to get the late? Yeah, he gets the late.
There is
that's a huge break.
All right.
They thought about it, and that's a fantastic shot.
It's a big triple up top for your leader to get their game going, to hopefully feed the rest of the group. Exactly what you need.
Yeah, you went from trailing fairly heavily after 4 frames to suddenly having the lead.
Not going to get the spare follower for Colton.
Tim Wiseman running down the lane.
Tim
It's too bad we didn't see Tim just slip and fall there. I mean, we don't want that to happen. But,
no,
yeah.
And his flip flops.
Oh, we saw it, Julie. We saw it.
Colton going for his 15 counts. He was a little heavy on the head pin the second ball, so he got his 15 count. So he's trailing a little bit in that match.
He's going to have a little bit of work to do in the last 3 frames to get this one going.
Yep. So Raven can put even more pressure on Michaela here. She can put one in the pocket and especially put more pressure on the overall totals, because even though Raven's having herself a very good game right now, she's almost trying to cancel out Nathan's triple, because it looks like he said he doesn't look like he's going to slow it down now.
Yeah, that comes into play at some point, right? If one player's having a good one and the other one, you go get him and I'll go get her and I'll do this and I'll do that, right? So
and a great shot by Raven in the pocket. And another head.
Just a little tight on that one. Heidi looks like coming over to maybe have a word.
Yeah.
Or they may be looking at making a pull.
Oh, and we are going to see Matthew come into the game.
There's our substitution.
Just a bit of a different look here. Maybe the last few frames. See if Matthew can come in and rip off a few.
Great shot by Kaylee to get the double.
Yep. Thanks, Heidi.
Couple warm-up balls for Matthew.
So do you think Matthew has come in with the mindset now of, okay, this match could be problematic for me to chase Raven down, but I still got to make sure I get those totals?
Yeah, I think to me that is kind of the mindset, having experienced that firsthand in the open provincials. When you do come in the bench in that kind of a match that's maybe a little bit of a blowout, you're definitely just focused in this case for Matthew is saying like, hey, 135 points still out there, 8, 9, 10. I got to get as many of those as I can get for totals.
Yeah. Good shot by
Great
Brianna.
ball from Brianna, not quite enough to carry it, but still gets the good 28 count back on that spare.
That ball really snapped back those last probably 5-10 feet. That has a lot of movement on it.
That one, I tried.
That one did not.
That one
Tried to
tried.
move, just didn't. Hung out there a little.
Do we know what she's throwing? Looks like maybe Paramounts.
Can find that out for you. Starlines.
Starlines.
She thinks.
So Eric with a chop off, another at least 3 marks for Southern Ontario here, and Eric trying to get that 4th mark. Jillian got some control of her match right now, but definitely throwing the double up there will definitely help her and hopefully get Jordan going a little bit too. Good shot.
Oh, great shot from Jillian. A little unfortunate that didn't carry.
Yeah, that 3-pin walked itself in front of that table.
For sure. Definitely going to want to get the spare here. She's still in command of her match, but that'll be a big spare, especially with those 2 open frames above her to be counting for the bottom. Oh, and just blows it past.
Yeah, just missed.
And Eric taking his chop off spare as well. He's 7 for 7 on marks. That's a real hard working game there. He's not necessarily getting the breaks to go on that first ball, but he's converting all his spares, which is absolutely key.
Yeah, I think that deuce came out of the gutter. Yeah. Yeah, so another 4-mark frame for Southern Ontario. So again, you take 3 and 4 marks all day long, especially in match play.
Absolutely. I heard that question posed on an earlier game today about how many marks total would you like to see in a 5-player match. Oh, Jordan almost kicks the strike. And I was kind of thinking to that I feel like that kind of 35 to 40 is sort of that number, sort of averaging that like 3.5 to 4 marks a frame kind of territory.
Yeah.
For sure.
Good spare. Very nice spare. Yeah, good shot.
Mr. Jordan.
So going into 8, 9, 10, Alberta sitting just over 700. Ontario with 839, but a ton of marks working, 2 doubles, 2 spares against the 1 spare and the double that Nathan has here. So Nathan's going to want to put something on this double he's got working, and then they're going to need to run to the bottom if they want to start closing some of that gap before the final frame.
Yeah, absolutely. Based on his last 3 shots, there's no reason to say he doesn't put one in the pocket here. There you go.
Oh, that's the best one yet. Yep.
That was beautiful.
Yep. The hand bone up.
We got the 4-bagger, the hand bone. So Colton right now, his match isn't looking good, but you get, like you said, totals. Get your mark here. Make sure you stay ahead in your totals. Very nice shot. Yeah, 5 in the pit. You can see the excitement level with Ontario slowly starting to creep up a little more and more as we're getting deeper into this game.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to pick up some momentum running all these marks. Matthew just pushed that a little bit outside. Let's see if he can come back with the spare.
So come back now.
Outside as well.
So hopefully you can get all the sticks there and then have a good 9-10. Looks good out of Raven's hand.
And looks like another great shot. Nice turkey from Raven.
Great shot from Raven. Yeah, she is. She's feeling it this game. The turkey up there.
Huge game for her.
Yeah. Yeah. When you had you finished with a 5-bagger, she had like 6 strikes in her last 7 frames, and then it comes out with this. Yeah, she's she has found whatever line she was looking for on lane 13 there at Mountain Lanes.
Bit of a momentum coming off of last game and the big finish for Southern Ontario carrying into this game that we've seen often enough, right? A team that's cold coming in, they get a slow start. It's tough to catch up.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's been talked about in Alberta or other provinces. I know people have, for the Ontario Open, I've been told numbers, whether it's true or not, I'm not quite sure, but I've been told like the number 2 seed in the Stepladder generally loses about 75% of the time, just because you're running into that team that just took somebody out or maybe took 2 teams out. And I know we get a lot of talk of people wanting the Page playoff brought up.
Oh, yeah, we haven't really talked about it too much in Alberta here. I mean, granted, in Alberta, we also, for our open, we don't have a stepladder. We
Okay.
just do a 25 game or 20 game, 25 with 4 buys or 5 buys. So round robin, and it's just whoever wins after the round robin, that's who goes to nationals. So we
Okay.
don't really have a whole lot of stepladder talk out of Alberta.
But that is a really interesting stat, and
Yeah.
definitely one I can see that being the case. You know, my kind of experience at Open Nationals a number of years back, and we were the number 1 seed as well. And even that was a bit of a challenge. I think the 4 seed ended up running up the whole ladder because they just got on a roll and had the momentum. And, you know, we were playing a little bit tight because we were kind of sitting cold watching that happen.
Yeah, exactly. If there's actually, if anybody would probably know for Ontario, I think he commented Steve Barker would probably have a better idea of the rough number of how many times the 2 seed does get taken out, like it's just on the methods of you're running into the team that just won. So they're running momentum against you.
It does make sense of why it would happen that way, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a good spare there from Eric. So he's starting to pull away in this match.
And that's a big check for him in that kind of 8th frame foundation for him as well.
Yes, absolutely. So another five marks from Ontario going into that game, or going into the 9th frame, and 2 marks. Granted, one of them is the 4-bagger coming from Nathan. So hopefully for Alberta's sake, he can put another one in the pocket and keep momentum, and hope you get that 2-frame momentum going for Alberta and close this gap, because it's starting to pull away a little bit.
Yeah.
It is,
Almost
180 is a lot to make up in 2 frames. Not impossible, but a bit of an uphill battle. Great shot from
Another
Nathan.
great shot. Yeah, absolutely great shot. How old is Nathan?
16, I believe.
No, Nathan is 18.
18. Okay, so he still has 1 more year to go. So you can try and he's going to have maybe a bronze, maybe a silver. You never know. Here, stranger things have happened. But
243 average, 401 high single, 1295 high 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice shot there by Matthew. And another nice shot by Colton. So yeah, the Southern Ontario's had the foot down, and they're not. They're keeping the foot down now. It seems like.
Oh, and a punch for
Brianna.
Brianna.
Just a little tight there.
Try and get her 5 count for Brianna. Hang on for 2. Good shot. Raven going for the ham bone. Looks good out of the hand.
Oh, yeah. Might have been just a little quick on that delivery. Looks like she was a little off balance at the line, but
there we go.
an absolute phenomenal run for her here this game.
Yeah, you could. I've seen her delivery enough times. She definitely pushed that arm through a lot quicker than she usually does. Okay, then we're just.
Nathan actually just turned 19. Just looking at the comments there, so must be a little out of date from the profile we have. But so yeah, this would actually be his last year as well.
So Nathan will be aging out of YBC. Good shot.
Very nice from Jillian. That's a good bounce back.
I just saw the new shirt for Alberta. Is this a new design for all of Alberta 5-pin?
No, we still have the old Alberta shirts for Open and IP. This was just a youth one that came out this year.
Okay.
I don't think there's any plan at this point to change the adult ones just yet, but potentially. We're always looking to revamp. So
yeah,
these ones are pretty snazzy. But the other ones.
So Alberta with 3 strikes and a spare there in their 9th frame. So
I am liking the just all the provinces coming out with these new style shirts. I know we'd have our Ontario provincials 10, 15, 20 years ago, and you'd have of the at that time 14 zones, you'd have 7 zones with white shirts that just said your zone on it. So now we're getting into the design shirts, which are awesome to see with bowlers. So a great frame from Alberta there. Might be a case of too little, too late. But like you said, stranger stranger things have happened.
Little, I mean, compared to their previous frames. Oh,
Yep.
there we go.
Oh,
Yes.
there's some.
So we're going to have,
Yeah.
So Kyla is going to be coming in for Ryan.
I mean, that match is super close right now, right? So,
Yeah.
Big 15 here, and all of a sudden, you don't know what happens in 10. So,
this will be interesting. Kyla's sat. That's a good shot. She got something. So she did not come in last game at all. So she probably hasn't thrown a ball, I'm going to guess, since probably 1 o'clock Eastern time. So almost 2.5 hours. She probably hasn't thrown a ball.
Takes a pin. That's good.
Yep.
And it's a bit of it's a close match, but it's a bit of a timely substitution because now she's got at least 3 more balls to loosen up just in case the lineup change if she happens to go in into the final if they happen to get there.
All right.
and that might be some of the thought process too there, right, Daryl?
Yeah.
They are on the trajectory to do that.
Yes.
And so.
Good shot from Eric. Very nice shot. Yeah.
I don't believe spares can practice during play like in Pro League. That is one of the things. This would go by the same format as if they were in person, where spares are not able to practice and warm up. They can warm up in between games, I believe, but not during a match.
Yeah.
Oh,
Power shot
top there.
Yeah.
Good.
That's a tough break for Nathan. Interesting that neither boy was waiting for the other one. They were both kind of throwing together and not really watching each other.
We could have a 1-point game here.
Nathan going for his chop spare. Looks good out of the hand. Yeah, good spare.
Yep. Great shot.
Wow, is he going to take the head pin out with it? No. So 274 max for Colton. Nathan's already well over 270. So an early 1-0 lead for Alberta, but like we said, the Ravens already got hers taken care of, and a good spare to finish off.
Number 2 is done. Number 5 is done. Number 3 is done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably
2 points on the board there, looking like for Alberta. Finish strong though.
So knowing Raven, as long as I have, she won't want the strike spare strike. She will want the 300 here. So she's thinking double automatically here to make sure she gets that 300 game.
Oh, that looked good.
Look good, yeah. Little heavy on the hip, it looked like, but still a very good shot. Matthew pitched out. Hopefully he gets a spare here, get a nice 30 count to finish off his day.
Yeah.
Very nice
Oh.
pitch.
Yeah, that's a good spare.
Raven going for the spare. And there we
Nice
go.
shot.
Yeah, right shot. Yeah, that's been a bit of an Achilles for her and the overall team is those corner spares. So for Ontario's sake, it's good to see that they've made some corner spares this game to build that confidence for BC.
Yeah, looks like they only missed the 1 out of 6 or 7. So
Chop off there. We'll get that Michaela Matthew game up to a 189.
The
To
dreaded
a 271 over on the other, or 287, sorry. So almost 100 pins down for team total just in that men match.
Ooh, that looked good out of Brianna's hand. That took a bite at the last second. So Kaylee can finish with a 275 if she can bang out here. First shot looks good.
Oh, wobbles it.
We're dancing.
No, it's
Will not go.
Yep.
And a missed spare there from Kaylee. Obviously, she still has her point, but you like you said, we were talking about you want to make your spares. You want to make especially your corner spares. I think that's what
You want to take that momentum in. Sometimes it's a little hard when that pressure comes off at the end of the match and you kind of know you have it locked down.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, so Kyla coming in for her 3 shots here off the bench, replacing Ryan. Again, I'm not in the building and I'm not privy to what their coach's game plan is. So I'm not sure if they're just going to run out the original lineup and then have Kyla back on the bench, or if we're going to have Kyla start the championship final. Only time will tell, but good idea getting her at least five shots to loosen up again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good strategy, just to make sure she's feeling comfortable should she be needed, or if she does stay in the starting lineup for that championship match. You want to try to make sure all 6 of your bowlers are comfortable and ready to go.
My guess is that she's back on the bench. Is my guess.
That would be my guess.
And probably the way that I would roll too. Just given now that we're into Stepladder Sunday.
Yeah.
So Jillian will take that 4th position match with a score of 212.
Good shot from Jordan. Another head pin.
One more plow to finish off his nationals.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 head pins. 5 head pins and a split this game for Jordan.
That's a lot of unsparables.
There's a good confidence building shot.
But yeah, like you said, looking solid if she needs to be coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, or putting her start. You got to do what you got to do. But again, she did well coming in, throwing a few balls.
I don't think it's going to make an overall difference, but I guess for stats, I think it left her. Oh, there we go. But they left the right corner there. It said. Even the computer knows they need practice on them. Yeah, so we got a 6-2. Obviously, Eric still wants to finish off strong. Build your momentum for BC, who I'm sure are watching the stream while they're also warming up. I'd be curious to know how BC's feeling, just knowing it's what 12:30 in BC right now, so it's not like they didn't have to hang around for quite a while. They didn't have to wait till like a 4 p.m. Eastern time game. So how much of a traditional youth tournament routine they were able to keep, knowing that it's going to be about 1 o'clock Pacific time when they actually get onto the lane.
Yeah, that's the thing when you're that last spot to go on in a Stepladder Sunday or finals. Is that morning can kind of creep by, especially if you are trying to find something to do to keep your mind off the fact that in a few hours you're going to be bowling for national gold.
Yeah.
So those mornings are a little bit antsy sometimes.
A little antsy. Yeah, you hope they got to the lanes nice and early and just get off that anxious energy. Just get rid of it. It's obviously going to come back as soon as you get up for your first shot, but definitely try and eliminate as much of that energy as you can and get yourself focused, knowing that it's a one and done game. They don't have to beat you twice now, so it's one game to the finish.
For sure.
Okay, we'll just leave that up there for a minute and make sure that all the coaches have their scores on there. We do have interview ready and set up for Alberta coming on here shortly. A couple more comments coming on here too. Oh, and Ontario must have their scores all done. So we're good.
I just refreshed it because it was too blurry to read.
I imagine they all got their scores already written down as they are. So we'll just go like this. Remove them out. There we are, the 5 of us again, gang. And here's another quick comment here. Congratulations, Team Bronze. All things coming in. So we do have our coach and a player here to interview. So we've got Coach Steve and Nathan there. Yeah, you got to move to the other way, right?
To the left, Daryl. To the left. There you
go. Pretty solid weekend for you guys. Just before we get going, I want to list off some of these national new records that Alberta has won. Team high single 1607, team high 5 games 6604, team high 9 games 11,413, individual high 5 games Nathan 1445, individual high 9 games Nathan 2655. That's pretty outstanding. I know third place probably at the end of the day isn't what you wanted, but Steve, maybe just wrap it up for us. How proud you are of the Alberta contingent here for us.
Yeah, you know what? Like coming into this with this being my first time coaching this event, and having a great partner like Heidi alongside of me, it was the energy these kids brought the whole weekend. It was unreal to see. Like I know it was touched about I don't know how many times this weekend with what our sport has in the future here with these kids. And, I had standing alongside of these guys at the lanes, coming back, feeling the energy through my veins as they come off with the high fives. Nathan being 6 foot something here, I got to make sure I don't get whacked in the face. But it was a phenomenal experience, and I'm so incredibly proud of these guys. They worked so hard. That 1607 game, it's something that I'm going to remember till I'm here on Earth. So very impressed with these guys. And Nathan bowled lights out all weekend. Great leader up top for us. Every one of these kids fought for all the sticks to the very end. And, we had some bad breaks this last match here, and that would have been the table tilt. And it is what it is. It's bowling, but these kids they're amazing, and it's incredible to be a part of.
Nathan, how did it feel working off with your team and just kind of getting that flow going in a virtual setting like this where there was no one else in the center, but you guys were able to kind of vibe as a team? How did that feel?
Obviously it was different, not being with it being virtual. But I feel like we dialed it together, and most games we dialed it together.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I just wanted to say first off, congratulations to Team Alberta on the bronze medal. I know it's not the results that you were necessarily looking for, but at the end of the day, when you get together at these nationals with all the best of your peers across the country, anytime you can come home with a medal is a great accomplishment. And Nathan, fantastic bowling this weekend. That was absolutely lights out, almost averaging 300 through the round robin play was very special, and it was a lot of fun to watch.
Amazing.
Well, good work, Alberta. Third place medal coming up to you, bronze medal on the way. We will be doing closing ceremonies after the streams. We're just getting word here now that it sounds like the consolation stream, there was a tie 4-4 in that match. So there will be another match before they have to play another game before they get to the final of the consolation. It's not going to hold up what we're doing here on this end. So don't worry, Ontario, BC, we're going to proceed. Go ahead. You guys play here at 2:00 Mountain Standard Time. So in about 20 minutes, we'll be back with you and get things going again. Thanks very much again, Steve, Nathan, all of Alberta, all of the volunteers and setup that partook down there. We appreciate you guys hanging out and doing this with us.
And congratulations, national medal.
Thank you.
Great
Good luck
job.
to the
Thanks
teams
so
in the
much.
finals.
Good luck to everyone else.
Right on. We're just going to play a couple of highlight videos and
All right, fella. Great job. Yeah, good job.
we're going.
Welcome to Lacombe Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy. Welcome to Drayton Valley Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy.
Hello, Mitch. Hello, Katie. We're back in.
I'm back.
I'd say one match to go, but we've learned our lesson about maybe not one match because
you never know.
So Quebec
they
and
jinxed it on the other
Manitoba.
side.
Yeah. And Mitch, you had said that obviously we weren't watching, but it was a head pin cleanup to make a tie.
Yeah, so it would have been Max punched in 10, and then I actually would have needed to clean the head pin to tie the total, which would have actually made the game not a 4-4. It would have been what 2.5 to 5.5.
And
But
the Quebec bowler
unfortunately,
struck out 10, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we didn't. Unfortunately, we didn't get the cleanup, so then it went 4-4.
Yeah. Quebec, the last bowler in Quebec had to strike out, I believe, to force him to hit a pin on his last ball, and he did not. And then, yeah, 4-4.
Incredible, eh? So there we go. Another match going on over there. So that just FYI, people watching, that might change things a little bit from our closing ceremonies. And obviously that backs things up an hour potentially at the end of this match. Hey, if we have two matches, we might play, we might have double, and we'll be back on schedule. But if we don't, we may just adjust sort of the schedule of how we do closing ceremonies. So both teams, we want to do interviews after this match of both Ontario and of BC. So hopefully they're listening, or we want to relay that message. We'll put that into the information as well. But we want to do interviews with both teams after that. We may do a little bit of a different closing ceremonies, but this is how we work when it's live stream and on the fly, right?
Everything's coming up as we take it.
Well, not everybody is obviously in the building watching what's happening, sticking around, going to a banquet. So I can respect that people are traveling and making their way out and go. But I digress. Let's bring in our commentators for this match. Joining us, we've seen them all day. One more to go with you, Daryl Noble.
We're almost there.
Yeah. And Kayla, thanks for joining us again, or sticking around with BC. You got to see your team to the end, don't you?
100%. Very proud of how they've performed this weekend so far. So.
Yeah. So BC, tell us what's the vibe there? Obviously, 1 o'clock BC time. Have they been there for a couple hours? What's it?
Yeah, we of course checked out of the hotel at 11 o'clock today, and we've all made our way over to the lanes. We did they threw some balls, warmed up, had the TV going, watched the last match. So they're ready to go. We've got quite a crowd out front cheering them on.
Good. So you do have lots of people there. It's a good atmosphere and vibe in the center.
When I kind of came in here, there was probably at least 15 of them out there.
Nice.
If not more.
Very nice.
Let's do rosters. You guys know how this one works. So working their way up in the step ladder here, Ontario coming from 4th place, working their way up now. Championship match.
All right, Ontario, for the last time this tournament, our ladies, Kyla Wallace out of Grattan Lanes in Smiths Falls. Raven Haymaker is out of Sunset Family Fun Center in Port Elgin. Kaylee Milner is out of Marson Bowl in Sarnia. For the boys, we got Eric Berg out of Sunset Family Fun Center in Port Elgin. Ryan Luker out of Echo Bowl in Brantford. And Colton Stewart out of Ingersoll Lanes. Coaches, Jennifer Hager out of Windsor. Matt Wallace out of Smiths Falls, and we are playing at Mountain Lanes in Hamilton.
All right. Over on the BC side, we've got Kira with the supersonic boom, who bowls out a Black Diamond Bowl. We've got Brianna, who brings the explosion. We're crying over her Frosty from a Castle Bowl. Addison, who's came here to chew bubblegum and kick butt, but is all out of bubblegum from Lakeside Bowling. We've got Nick, who wears the sassy pants out of Galaxy and Poco Bowl. We've got Gavin with the arms softer than a hamburger bun out of Poco Bowl. And we've got Evan, who's cool as a cucumber with a rocket fire arm, also out of Poco Bowl. And then we've got Karen and Jason coaching. We're here at Lincoln Lanes.
Well, love it. Bringing an extra little flavor to the name intros.
We did. We had a little fun at dinner last night, and one thing led to another.
Well, how do you want me to intro you? We got to add some flair. Good work.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, I think we're good on this end. Let's pull up the stream, have a little look-see. I think we're looking good on our end. Tech, your side's good. Our side's good.
Yeah.
So I've been told that Ontario is running their original lineup they've had the last 2 games today. So Kyla will be starting on the bench.
Okay, so BC, if you're looking to know that, the lineup will be Colton, Raven, Kaylee, Ryan, and then Eric.
Yeah, so what's up on the screen now is the lineup. Once they throw their first ball, the scores will disappear.
Oh, and they're doing a little hello and a little salute to everybody. Hello. Not quite ready yet, that Ontario, so just hold off a couple of secs. But
I'm expecting a jump in the air and then heel click. It's always good to see.
Good to
their
go.
Usual team start.
So hopefully our streaming numbers get really big for this game. I know in Ontario, everybody I have friends on social media are all posting that Southern Ontario and BC have run into each other in the final. So hopefully, even if people have missed the first or second game, that they're coming in for this gold medal game.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of shares out on the BC side too to get some support for the kids in the live streaming. So hopefully we get lots of support this.
All right, they're both ready to go.
We're ready to start.
Ontario played BC in the second last game of the tournament yesterday, where BC came out on top with a 5-3 win. That was a 12-75 to 12-48. Very, very close game. That's the game that Addison Dallin from BC had a 371.
Yes.
Gavin also had a 276 that game.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the match where Addison's 371 took out a 322.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
there
was
we go.
her new personal best score as well for her on that game.
So good start for Colton. Raven's been on fire all day today. I was talking to a couple parents who are in Mountain Lanes right now. So I've been talking to Raven and Eric's parents, asking how the vibe was with a little downtime between them taking out Alberta and coming to BC. And they said they all seem relatively calm but eager to get going. Good spare there by Cairo to get going. So a couple spares for BC.
I think we can hear the Kaylee. You're on site.
I am. I'm in the office.
Yeah.
They stocked up on some more noisemakers this morning. So they're getting the parents very involved, which is so fantastic to see too.
That's awesome. I know, unless they came in today, no noisemakers in Ontario, but lots of clapping hands, lots of cheering from the parents. I believe there's about 25 people in the building watching this final upstairs at Mountain Lane. So a good crowd cheering on both teams here.
Fantastic.
So a miss on the side by Kaylee. We mentioned it many times. Kaylee's fresh off junior gold at 4 steps. So you're always going to still be a little nervous, especially as a 14-year-old, but you can pull from that experience of I've been here before, so I can do this.
For sure.
Yep. What a bright future ahead of her being a junior bowler and now moving on.
Yeah.
Like you got 5 years left of senior, 4 or 5 years.
That looks good out of Addison's hand. That was a good shot. I wasn't expecting that.
And it was Addison who beat her previous high record game yesterday, right?
Correct.
Yeah, she destroyed her previous high game.
Yeah, she did.
So a pitch out for Ryan here. I'm going to chalk it up based on their last 2 games. I'm going to chalk this up to maybe a little case of gold medal nerves in the first frame. And a good spare.
Probably both sides would agree with you on that one.
Yeah, I would say so.
Not exactly a fire frame going on here. Not bad. We got marks on the board still, but
I don't know if it's just coincidence. I noticed we have the braided pigtails going on with Addison and Brianna. I didn't notice it. Is that we got a team trend with the girls going? I never noticed
They
that.
do. Kira has them as well. So all 3 girls have braided pigtails. Brianna was hard at work when we got to the bowling alley, getting that all done for the ladies. If the boys had long enough hair, I'm pretty sure the girls would have won and they would have been included.
Yes. Well, somebody's in the forum. Might be Gavin. He looks like he's got a thick enough head of hair to maybe get 1 or 2 braids in there.
Yeah.
Good spare
there we
there.
go.
So again, four misses with the head pin, but 3 spares and a strike in there. So a little bit of nerves, but they were able to make their spares. So good start from both sides overall for marks.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, British Columbia picking up everything they can. You know, obviously that split is going to be pretty hard for Addison to spare. But way back in the day, could have got some braids in my hair.
Good shot there by Gavin. Very good shot. Yeah.
So energetic.
Colton, excellent shot.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah.
Now, Kayla, is there any? I'm sorry. any BC bowlers that are aging out after this tournament?
Yes, Nick would be. This would be Nick's last chance that he can do YC. So
Excellent. So for their, for obviously BC, both sides want to win, and it's always nice if you can finish off your YC career with a gold. No other better way to do it.
Yes.
On Ontario side, great shot by Raven, left the corner again. Ontario side, we have a 17-year-old, 4 16s, and a 14. So fairly young team, lots of experience. So there's still a couple more years for all 6 of these bowlers to get another chance and another crack at a YC or 4 steps gold.
Yeah, this is fantastic to see so much young talent through this, and looking forward to seeing what they do over the next years across the country.
Absolutely. I know I heard of at least 2 13-year-olds, maybe a third or fourth. So that's amazing. 13 years old. Are you a junior at 13?
Yeah, you are. So Addison is 13 for us.
Oh, there we go. So I think PEI had 1 or 2. So Addison's got 6, 7 more years, and she's only going to get better.
Yeah. Yes. Just think of if they're coming in at 13 years old at that talent level, having 6 or 7 more years of experience under their belt, by the time they leave YBC, the potential.
I'm never going to make a cut.
Yeah. I'm thinking that myself. I made a good run at the Open this year. I might want to enjoy that when some of these kids are coming.
Yeah. I felt that way this year. We had in my zone in BC, we did have quite a talented group come up on the ladies' side. So
is Addison, obviously I don't know Addison at all. I don't know if you do, Kayla. Is it a benefit being 13 years old? You just might be too young to actually be nervous?
I think she's a very mature 13 from what I've seen, and I think this has just been so fantastic for her. I mean, she's from a little smaller town, so seeing these older kids bowling and that this is still something they love to do and celebrate, I think it's a great role model opportunity for her, and hopefully keeps that interest in the sport too.
Absolutely. It's terms like this, even whether you happen to get the gold or silver, you can never take that away from somebody, and that just makes you hungrier for the 6 years.
Yeah.
Brianna pushed that one.
That strike was thin to win, but it got the job done.
Now, Kayla does.
I have to do points.
Is BC got some sort of corner pin spare crown or something? I know Nick and Addison made their spares. They both made like a crown gesture.
Corner pin queen.
Or maybe a queen, yes. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Corner pin queen. There we go.
Yes, so I think they saw Sarah's comment, and that was what they were alluding to.
Okay.
It definitely is one of those formats where you have to find those things as your team to just kind of bring everybody together, even if it's something just like that you spare corner pin, you put on your crown, just to bring everybody onto the same page, keep that energy within your pit, knowing that there's no one else in the lanes with you. It's even more important in this format.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And this team has been fantastic. They've been very teasing with one another, and the friendships they've formed this weekend has just been incredible to see. It's been a fantastic bonding opportunity for these guys.
Awesome. Yeah. And the same with Southern Ontario. These 6 have been inseparable since Thursday when they all arrived. I mentioned last game how Kaylee being 14, so the young one of the team, she was relatively shy when she first got here, and she's definitely warmed up to the team, come out of the shell, come out of the comfort zone. And this is, like you said, these are the tournaments that make friendships that last a lifetime. You can go 5 years without seeing each other, and all of a sudden it's like nothing ever changed.
Yeah, there's a few of these guys who they've known each other over the years from different national experiences, provincial, and then there's some who hadn't met each other until the other day. So it's great to see how well they've just clicked and gone with it.
Yeah. So Gavin on the side blows through. Colton looking to start off with the turkey. See if we can get the turkey and get the turkey icon going. A gold medal turkey?
No turkey, a split.
No turkeys.
Daryl, you jinxing it.
I keep putting the curse on everybody here. So hopefully Gavin can get a spare.
Ooh. It fell off just at the end.
Maybe if I start saying hopefully they miss their spare, then they'll get them. I gotta go to the opposite commentator here.
So that game's going to be fairly equal after the first 3 frames, both
Yeah.
of them opening up with 2 marks and then having an open in 3. Neither one of them's really running away with it. 73 to about
Right now, 75.
76,
Yep.
75. 75. So
yeah, so even 2 frames in, we are close here with everybody, and my suspicion is that this is coming down to the 10th frame. I would venture to guess we may not see a 1300 to 1280, but I think this is coming down to 10th frame either which way. There's one of these 5 bowlers is going to have to make that shot in the 10th, I think, to pull the totals away.
yeah, I agree. Oh,
I
great
think it's
cover.
gonna be a
Great
fantastic
half.
Good strike,
And a bomb on the other side. Yep.
So that's going to keep that match close too. Both of them, 30, 35 and 2, and then a mark in 3.
Yeah, big shot by Raven there. I got to. I'm fairly certain she's got a pretty good double going on today. Somebody might happen to know it, but she's got to be. My guess would be she's in the mid-5s, and unless just going off memory of what she's done. Nice shot, Slider. No, it's a good shot.
Good count though on the
Great count
on the spare and 2. Yep.
Steve
the
would
spare
love
and
to
all the
think
stuff.
this because he's played the commentator jinx
There we
many
go.
times.
Thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. So, like I said,
I
good
think y'all
count.
just making yourself feel better.
That's right. I'm gonna turn my phone on after this game to people saying you are a jinx. I know it's gonna be covered. So Ryan
Nick with another great spare.
So Ryan's gone miss. He's made his spares. So like I said, this is the original lineup, games 1 and 2 that Ontario ran out. Ryan was substituted by Kyla in the 9th frame last game.
On Addison just flexing a bit. Now that game's close too, right? 40-40 with marks in 3. Yeah.
Yep. So Addison's got about the 1 ball advantage essentially at the moment.
Yeah.
Another close game here with Eric and Brianna. If Brianna, could put the double up, puts a little early pressure on Eric. Great shot.
Oh, great shot by Brianna.
Very nice shot.
She heard you.
Eric needs to answer here. He's gone miss. He generally doesn't miss 3 in a row. There we go. So I'm gonna try it. So we're getting so Master Senior in Ontario. We're getting some Let's Go. So at Neb's Fun World in Oshawa, it is the Ontario Master Senior, which is basically the biggest Master YBC tournament Ontario has. They'll be using a good possibility all 52 lanes, if not probably close to 36, 40 lanes with 3-4 teams on a lane at Neb's today.
Fantastic.
So I know by the sounds of it, talking to some people, it almost seems like every set of lanes has 1 phone streaming.
Yeah.
Gavin with a bomb to start up this frame.
And
Yep. Colton matches.
Big shot for Colton. That right 2-pin. I'm not sure what took that out, but it went over.
I think it was a string pull from the head pin coming down in front of it.
It looks like it.
Around
So,
Oh, and BC is just let's go.
Great shot. So before I don't get it, is it Kyra or Kira?
Kira.
Kira. So great shot by Kira.
Yeah.
Raven looking to answer. Looks good out of the hand. Great shot.
Great shot.
That is, I've said it the last 3 days. I've known Raven since the day she was born. That is her shot. That little backup left pocket. If she finds that pocket, it's hard to stop her. Great shot. The sliders. The sliders are working in BC. Look at that pin chaser go. He is ripping down that line.
Yeah.
So we had a pin chaser in Mountain yesterday come down lane 12 and toe picked as she was coming off the lane. Luckily, man, it could have been a dangerous situation.
You bet, Chris Reddy. This is definitely the finals. Gold medal match, Youth Challenge Nationals 2024.
Yep, and BC has quietly put a 4-bagger here, and Ontario has answered it. Look at this frame going on here. This is what you want in a gold medal game.
Yeah.
Yeah, punch after punch. Well, Ryan Warren talking about Ravens ball. Ryan, I know he is from the Toronto area. I believe he's moved down to New Jersey. Yeah. So I'm not sure if he is down there watching or if he's back home watching.
Huge frame from both teams here. Doubles working. 2 doubles for BC and 3 strikes over on Ontario side. They already have 2 doubles and 2 strikes.
Yeah,
that's this one here.
Look at
another one. 10 strikes on the 4th frame.
That is so both coaches heading to the snack bar to
both of them. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's got the edit button to change that to Ontario as well? Wow.
Yeah, that is what a frame by both sides. Yeah. Now the question is, which side is going to keep going?
Well, out of the 5 of them, I mean, obviously Ontario's got 2 doubles, so has BC got 2 doubles. You want to get 3 out of 5 double.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what you want. Now you just you gotta get that excitement back down again because now you're backed up.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Another great shot.
Great shot.
Yeah.
This is, the comments seem like they're flowing in after that frame.
Yeah.
Yes.
Busy,
right.
Yeah. Keeping me going. Yeah.
You go. I don't. You can go to the Open, and you don't often see 5 baggers on each side get thrown at each other. So
no,
it's a bit of a rarity. And then coming from the YBC, that's awesome to see.
I believe it was Steve Barker who mentioned earlier that some of these teams could be competing next week at the Open Nationals.
Yes. Ooh. And 32. That was quick feet. So hopefully, hopefully back off, take that extra breath, let that go, forget about that, and go get your spare.
We don't even see 10 beggars in the 5PL that often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Alberta finished with a 3rd medal or 3rd place and finish. Had a little bit of a rough game in that bronze medal match to get into the final. So they are finishing with that bronze medal.
Yes, the 6-2 was deceiving. Raven had herself a great game. Jordan at the bottom, I think, had I think it was 5 head pins and a split. So they were all over the middle, just weren't getting them to fall, and that's 5-pin bowling. So a tough frame for Raven there. Yeah, that's one of those ones. Yeah, I would assume there's a coach or another player sort of having a let that go frame, let that go, talk to her, and then just go right back at it.
Yeah.
It looks good. Yeah, I was like Nick with the bomb. Unfortunately, that had been for Kaylee.
And there you go. So Ryan is in New Jersey. Yes, I forget it's a Memorial Day weekend, so he took a break from his celebrations to watch the finals. If I'm not mistaken, I think Ryan recently just got his U.S. citizenship to move down there full time.
There we go. Clears up just in time for Addison.
So Addison looks good out of the hand.
Oh no!
Head pin. There we go.
A bit of a slowdown after that amazing frame.
Yeah, that slowed down. Good side, good shot for Addison. Though that's when you pick a head pin on a double, you take your 35-25 all day long.
Oh, great shot!
Great shot by Ryan for the double. That's a big shot with cancels out Addison's double that she put up against him.
Yeah.
Eric looking for the triple, essentially to keep pace with Brianna.
So we got 2 out of the triples are keeping the doubles on the Ontario side. Just 1 so far on BC.
Good shot.
Oh, wiggles that 2-pin, but just doesn't get it to fall for the 4-bagger.
Doesn't get the string. Yeah. So Eric seeing if he can put 5 in the pit himself and close this gap of the lead that Brianna has at the moment.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. And based off Mountain Lanes, I know you're on the double. I'd much rather have kept that split.
Yeah.
So try and like I said, get your 2-pin. If it happens to jump across, that's awesome. But make sure you get your 2-pin for the strike count, and then get your 15.
That looks like an attempt.
Yeah, Daryl Noble, you mentioned earlier about the stats on strikes and backing up. It'd be interesting to see what the percentage is on doubles, triples, 4, and all those things. Right, as you continue to go down the line, it probably gets less and less.
Yes, I would. Yeah, I would think so. But it's the amount of strikes that have been thrown all weekend here. It was like these. Like you said, we've talked about how there's no 2 same deliveries, but as long as you basically end up at the same result at the foul line, it's amazing what these kids are doing.
All right.
Great shot by Gavin.
Big strike.
Yeah, big shot. And a bonus pin for Colton, outside 3 pins. Obviously, something went awry in that delivery. Now you try to get your spare. There we go. We got Colton. Colton, I don't recognize that as an Ontario name, so I'm guessing maybe a BC boy said Dad's going to sign him up for all these tournaments next year. So that's great to hear. Colton, best of luck.
Yeah, I love that. Right, after watching this all weekend, it probably gets you the fire to keep playing.
Yeah.
We had a little comment earlier about Colton previously when he threw his strike about the baby gator clap from Rob Tompkins. He would know.
Yes.
They're very famous for the gator clap here in Alberta that everybody will be seeing next year or next week at the Open Nationals.
I was going to say next week.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait that long for the gator clap.
Yeah. And there you go. Colton's from BC.
Yeah.
Good shot by Raven, leaving the corner. Good comeback, getting on that side of the head pin. And Nick definitely got that one out. He definitely forgot to let go of that one a little bit, and it seemed like it got out a little further.
Yeah. A little nervous with that one for him.
Yeah, I had one of those, almost in the mindset of he had the triple in his mind before he took the first step, and instead of just letting muscle memory take over. That's much better.
Yeah.
Oh, punches it out.
Yeah, punches it out. So Raven missed her corner spare. Try to get that 15. She gets her 15.
Just a reminder. Yep.
Good shot. Just a reminder, while we have a little bit of a downtime between the shots here, Daryl's going to be running interviews with both players and coaches from both teams after this match. So stay tuned to listen to those, and you're going to get immediate thoughts of how these teams are feeling after a gold and silver medal.
Yeah, you bet. We'll want to get more of the players' reactions on both sides and both teams here, as they've worked hard to get to this position. So we'll probably interview a couple of the players and the coaches after the match.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, with the consolation side playing an extra game, it might affect a little bit of the timing of the closing ceremonies and what that even may look like. So for now, we might just do some interviews, really good ones, and do some tournament recap here on this one. And then a more formal closing ceremonies to recap things at a later date. But again, we'll confirm that as we get to the end. Hey, this match could go to a 4-4, and we're here for another hour, folks. It just could.
You never know.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to have to wait, then
I just said it. So.
Daryl, I might have to get Daryl to type me up a 5 PU letterhead explaining why I'm going to be late for dinner if we go 4-4.
Yeah, I might have a soccer practice afterwards as well. So we're just monitoring this timeline of how things are going here. We're on standby, everybody.
So not the greatest frame from Ontario here in the 6th. So we did get the spare, but a corner miss, a 2-pin, head pin here. BC's definitely taking some advantage. Bill Brooks wants 4-4.
Yeah, he does. He wants to see more bowling. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
It's been a great weekend, and then we're down to the final half of the game in the gold medal match. Pretty close match here. Obviously, I'd say BC's ahead. Their marks are counting in. Ontario is not counting in, but Ontario's only now got 15 points. So Ontario had a couple of those doubles carried over into the fifth, and then none of them have carried on now to the sixth. So strong third and fourth frames, and a little bit of a collapse here in 4, 5, or 5, 6.
And a chop off for Eric.
And no strikes in 6 to even make a double in 7, right? So they're gonna have to start up fresh in 7.
So Daryl, who is waiting in the B side final for this tiebreaker match to finish?
Yeah, good question. So the waiting team is Northern Ontario. So Manitoba and Quebec are playing again right now at the moment.
Excellent. So they're up in Thunder Bay. So there'll be some good drives and/or flights for some of them going home. I assume probably tomorrow. So yeah, so not the frame you're looking for if you're Southern Ontario. And I've mentioned all weekend that all 6 of these bowlers are scoreboard watchers. So they're going to look over and see 4 marks staring at them in the 7th frame. So
and down, almost 80 pins, just about.
Yeah, we're at 690, so you're down 80 pins. Yeah, so it's that tightrope of try not to press too much because you're down 80 and you still have 4 frames to go compared to we can't have a frame like gold. So
okay, well, you're on a strike, so just half it up. And it looks the same as anything else.
Counts the same as a corner spare.
He sort of shook it off. Must have had maybe his hands wet, I'm thinking. He kind of stepped back before he threw that ball and then probably maybe didn't have it all gripped right together.
Yeah. I would suspect the team's going to tease him a little bit on that one. Having such soft arms, they're probably going to tell him he used too much moisture.
Those hamburger bun arms.
Yes. So there will be a moisturizer joke about that down in the lane, I'm sure. And
That's
if they
right.
didn't think about it, I just encouraged it. So
Yeah. And if Chris Reddy thinks that I'm putting up your post about Canada's hockey team, you're highly mistaken, sir. Yeah, there you go, Steve. Well, I think we're all putting our hands up right now. Raise your hand if you've thrown a 2-pin before. You bet we have.
Yeah, we've all been there before. While we're on a national platform, I don't mind taking a shot at myself and embarrassing myself. I was Kevin Berg, so Eric's dad. Him and I were partners at I'm fairly certain it was a no-tap tournament. No-tap tournament with a mulligan. So we were on a 7-bagger. I pitched out. I take the mulligan, and what do I do on my mulligan shot? My foot slips, and I channel it on a 7-bagger. So the look on Kevin's face was priceless. So it happens.
Yeah. So Ontario looking to get back in this. They've had 5 open frames in a row now. Lots of those, corner misses, chop misses. So spares are going to be really important in this last 4 frames for them if they want to get back into this match.
Yeah, and the obviously when you're on when Ontario's they're on the struggle bus at the moment. You can just see that the body demeanors, facial expressions have definitely changed from the last 2 games. You can probably feel there's probably some, even though it's just them in there, you can probably feel the pressure in that building at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, the clenched fists, and BC still having a good time. Got some head pins being laced in there, and some, but
so we got a close match at the top. Kira's starting to pull away a little bit from Raven.
Oh, and Addison was a bomb on her spare.
Good shot, yeah. Sorry, Kelly, I think, did you mention how many people are probably behind the cameras watching right now? If we're
from the sounds of it, when I came in here to kind of get set up, there was probably anywhere between 15 and 20. I'm assuming there's even more than that now because it's getting louder in here. I can hear the staff, drumming on the counter with those strikes as well.
Yes, and I think we mentioned that yesterday. That explains sometimes why the one camera starts shaking because they're pounding so hard they got the vibration going.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
And the crowd have just been huge for this team here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same as Ontario. The parents and some spectators have been there supporting them for 3 straight days here, cheering them on. You're seeing two different feeds going on right now of Ontario. A little down at the moment in BC. They're feeling the vibe at the moment.
Yeah. It was a great frame for BC. They have that double working at the bottom now, 2 more strikes, the head pin in the middle. Gavin was really the only one who was a little bit wild that frame, but that was a little uncharacteristic. Like we said, maybe something on his hand or something.
Yeah.
And Ontario's still battling. They're trying here. They're picking up some sticks, but they're going to need to start making some marks on the board and putting marks on top of marks if they're going to close that hole.
Absolutely. It looks like BC's coach, maybe more of a, like, hey, stay loose, a little pep talk. I'd be curious now if after Eric's done, or even while he's up there, if one of the Ontario coaches has sort of pulled them aside and, give them the, hey, we got to get going here speech, just to sort of get them, get their mindset rearranged on where they are at the moment.
Yeah, because they're 70 down in the last one, but that's definitely grown, and there's a double now to count for Brianna. So,
and I would, based on looking at the scoreboard, I'm going to venture to guess. Obviously, I don't have any inside information. I'm going to venture to guess that Raven and Ryan could be looking at a last, depending on what they do first ball, could be looking at their last ball this game. So Eric left the corner. Good spare. Yeah. So,
there we go. Gives him something to work with going into 8th frame.
You need that. You can even see Eric's been around long enough that you can see just the way he turned around that he's that's a big, because you miss, all of a sudden you're down in the dumps again going into 8. So you get that mark at the bottom of 7 and get that rotation going again. You've already had one 5-bagger frame, so obviously you can do it. They know they can do it. It's just a matter of getting focused and actually getting that muscle memory going.
Yeah.
There we go. Gavin's back on it. Yeah.
Great job by Gavin. Yes. Right. Kayla, I don't know if you know Gavin well enough. His left pocket, is that his shot?
I don't know him well enough, but watching him this weekend, it definitely looks like it's a good spot for him. He's actually had from my understanding, he was having a little bit more of a struggle this year, not feeling as comfortable as what he maybe has in the past. So he's throws a beautiful ball, though.
Yes, that's it's sometimes hard to tell. It looks like it's maybe like a hard backup, and if he crosses that pocket, he gets the splash.
Yeah.
So Colton with a missile. Colton's made a ball change. I don't know when he did, but he's definitely made a ball change at some point, I believe, this game.
I'm just gonna refresh. BC. Their player camera just get it.
So a head pin for Colton there. So even if again it's 15-6, he's still maybe one ball ahead of Gavin. Depends on what Gavin does on that strike. So it's that big mental struggle of. So I've got 195 after 8, which is a relatively good score. But you're thinking I just went open, but you look at it, you realize that it's still mine to put the pressure on him.
Raven looking to get back on it after a few open frames in a row. She's been bowling so great all day today. This game a little bit more of a struggle than some of the other ones we've seen in the Stepladder.
Good spare by Nick. So Nick has been all over the middle. He is all over at this game.
Yep.
Yeah, but Raven definitely a highlight to get her team into this position for sure.
Yeah, she has definitely been an asset on that Ontario team this weekend, and especially today in the Stepladder.
I think we got the substitution coming.
Yeah, that's right, Daryl.
Madison.
Oh, and BC is just firing.
Yep. Showing up.
Substitution. Yeah, they're. We've talked all week about how some people use the 8 frame as that foundation frame, and you don't get much better foundation. Even what Brianna does, much better foundation going into 9-10, especially if Brianna buries one here, that could all but maybe all but clinch your totals if she puts another 45 up here. Good shot. Oh.
All right. Well, big 15. Oh, and there's a good half.
Big spare by Kyla. those are hard to come off. Like you said, come off the bench. That last game when Kyla went in the ninth frame, it was, unless she was warming up between games, which she very well may have, it was just over 2.5 hours since she had thrown a ball.
Yeah.
So that's those are tough to come in and mentally get yourself right into that game.
Oh, just outside. Couldn't quite find the pocket there.
Oh, that might jump. Good try.
It tried.
Yeah, it definitely made the effort, but that's a big shot for her. So she's going to have a healthy lead, but again, Eric is more than capable here of putting the 5-bagger up to finish the game and chase it down. Good shot by Kaylee. Good spare.
Yep, good count on the strike.
I know we've talked about Kaylee a lot, being 14 years old, Addison 13 years old. You'd have to guess at this point they are just purely running adrenaline.
Yeah, BC was definitely not wanting to come in slow here after sitting for the day and waiting.
There it is.
And maybe Ontario just on the other side, just running a little bit out of gas.
Yeah, running a touch out of gas. I'm going to venture to guess the main highway is Highway 403 that goes through Hamilton, and I would probably venture to guess there's going to be a lot of YBC eyes taking a nap before they even reach the 403 going home tonight.
They're ready to hit the road, are they? Yeah.
A lot of bowling this weekend.
A lot of bowling, yeah. A lot of bowling, a lot of standing, and like I said, a lot of emotion. Good shot.
I think that's the bigger thing is it's not necessarily a lot of bowling. I mean, it was only 9 games in the round robin, 4 games in the step ladder, but it's just that emotional toll it takes on your body. You're revving so high, the adrenaline's going, and then those crashes when you come down from a big game. It's hard sometimes, especially as a youth, to be able to mitigate that and manage and emotion control throughout the course of a weekend with those highs and lows.
Yes,
and it's draining.
And especially with us doing the streaming here, there was times where you may have had about a 20-minute gap between your game, so the 5 p and C5 could get the stats updated.
Yeah.
So good shot there by Colton and very good shot by Gavin. So Gavin's he's going to have at least 186 to 195. So yeah, he's pulled back to make this a match going into 10.
Oh, we take that
corner pin to fall off.
Very big break there.
A chop off there is way better than having that split and having it open in 9. Hopefully she can take advantage and get the spare.
So Kyla, obviously you're not trying to win your match here, but you're trying to get those totals going. It's a big jump right now that Ontario needs, but every pin's going to count. You definitely you need a couple doubles strung together here, and probably triples from bowlers to get this gap closed down.
So that first match, like you said, still close. Second match is going to be likely BC way. Obviously, missed spare there. Third match is close. Fourth match, that strike. Then you got a double. Fifth match, maybe again Eric can throw the double. So
don't
9,
say
10, 90 pins.
Yeah, so this is a good shot. Good shot. Yeah, another spare, but yeah.
Oh no.
So
Nick has been all over the middle though, but
so there's that one little break that Kaylee could have been looking for there. That head pin from Nick. She throws the strike and she's tied after 8 with the mark, or just down after 8, down by 3, but she'll have the mark. So good, big shot coming here from Kaylee. Right.
Oh, and she does
was
throws
good.
the big
It was
strike.
good.
Yeah, she's done great. She's going to have a solid future. I mean, all these players in this event, but it's always fun to look 5 years, 10 years down the road. Of some of the names that played in this. I remember your name. Yeah. Right. You played in a live stream virtual event, right? Like it's pretty cool.
So decent cleanup there for Nick, getting his 13 count. As Ryan throws the split. Yeah. So make sure you get that 5 count. If you happen to spare it, that's awesome. But get that 5 count because you need the count at the moment. Or you think this is one of those moments where, hey, we're down, go for that spare. You definitely threw it a little harder than he usually does.
Yeah, I think you went for it.
Great job, Addison. There's a turkey.
Yeah.
Great.
Yep. Yeah, I got it.
Got it. Yeah. And the sound effect too. We got to have the sound effects. I don't know what a ham bone sound makes, but you know, Yahtzee's, let's do it. Easy. 6-pack, easy to do.
I know we mentioned yesterday. What is Addison's average in the league? Do we know?
She would be. I do have it here. Looks like she's averaging 213.
So she's having a career weekend, which is awesome.
Yeah.
As a 13-year-old in a senior tournament, having herself a tournament.
Yeah, this weekend she averaged 267.
Wow.
A high game of 371.
Wow.
And then put this game up on top of it. She's already at 232. That double working in 8-9. So she's going to be well around that 260 mark again to keep that average way up there.
Yeah.
And that, this is one of those weekends like that we talked about. She's got that bright future. This could carry over for the next for years. The confidence that she just got off this weekend.
Yeah, and I think the teammates she had this weekend were fantastic. With having an age gap too there, I wouldn't have even noticed that. So that was fantastic to see, and I think that will give her something to look up to as well.
Yes, absolutely. So we
Trying
got
to refresh it again.
So we got 130 pin deficit going into 10 for a double.
Oh, and he
big
throws
strike there.
turkey.
Got the turkey up. So this is it's looking like a formality at the moment, but you never know. Even just if you're Ontario, put your pressure on them. You never know.
And thank you, Dave Post, one legend out there, sir.
Yes, Dave Post out of Ontario.
I think that's the way he was looking at it, it's gotta be a split.
Yeah, that was the the split right leg up in the air, hoping to get that 2-pin over.
Sorry, the BC cam keeps going in and out of here.
They
Okay,
have
the 5.
had a little bit of issues with knocking the cam at times too. Usually more so the score one, but
Probably leave that now to the end. And
we'll have to get a.
It wasn't me, Daryl.
Oh,
maybe we'll get. Might have to go to the office to give us updates.
Yeah. No. We're,
Oh, there it cleared up.
yes, Steve Barker, you are not incorrect, sir.
So 261 for Gavin. Great game to 238 for Colton. So that point is going to go to British Columbia. And we're in that second match. Raven, who got pulled, and now Kyla's in at 167. And Kira throws that first strike in 10. That's going to lock up her match as well. So they will take that second point.
So 2-0.
I am literally just listening to Katie and doing what she tells me to. Points and scores.
That's probably a good thing for us all to live by, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody, just listen to Katie.
Head-pin, I don't know if that 3-pin was leaning. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Even if it was leaning,
doesn't
the
matter.
C5 took out the leaning pin rules, so
Oh,
it has to
yes,
be fully
yes.
down anyway. So it would have been a 7 regardless.
I forgot. Yes, I did forget about that.
Yeah.
Come on, camera. You can make it.
You can make it. We're almost there.
We're so close. So close.
It's trying. Oh my, it's really having troubles.
yeah.
What is it focusing on? They must be touching and trying to do something.
Get us through, guys. Get us through. We got 3 frames to go.
Yeah, I
We
know.
have Matt down there who's doing all of our technical, so he is probably trying to get it to
It's down. He might be reconnecting it. I think he's reconnecting it.
So Kyla there got her 13. So Raven Kyla combination for a 180. So as we said, 2-0 BC after 2 matches. We got a close match here. Nick did pick
Punched
a
the
head pin ball. We're not quite sure what balls 2 and 3 were. So Kaylee on a strike in 9. Definitely, depending on what Nick has done, can chase this down. So that's a good shot.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, great shot.
It looks like Nick got his 5 count on the second ball.
Yeah.
So he can max out at a 216.
Yeah, so this match has gone to Ontario as long as Kaylee stays behind the line. Good shot. Very good shot.
All right, there we go. Now we're clear.
So good, tough finish there for Nick. Head pin, chop, head pin. So a tough finish, but he definitely was getting his sticks for the cleanup.
Yeah.
That 5 there will put Kaylee over his 216. So a point will go to Ontario.
Yeah, it looks like a strike.
Oh, and Addison for a bomb.
Bomb, yep.
Got the freeze frame of
for the ham bone.
Yes.
Good shot by Kaylee with a hand. Good job. Good finish. 250 for
The
Kaylee.
most I saw on any strikes in a row was 7. I don't think
That's what I got to was
That was the
7.
most I saw.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. I think somebody was saying that like that 1600 game from Alberta. That game alone had 6 7-baggers across the screen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if not 6 7-baggers, but I think 3 7-baggers maybe.
Yeah, okay, I thought
Definitely a couple.
I was thinking that.
So
was
during
you.
they had 2 7-baggers to start, but Addison also threw her 7-bagger to start in the same game. It was a different match, but the same game.
Yeah.
Right, that's right, because we were texting. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So another strike from Addison. So go get that. Go get that 320.
6-pack.
Oh. We almost had the ginger ale 6-pack come out.
Yeah.
So a great
312
game.
by Addison. That will give BC that point there. So they will be up 3-1
So a
after
great
the first
game.
4 bowlers.
Yeah.
And that total's out of reach too. We're just fighting for this last spot here.
That's how you want to finish, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
Gold medal match. You're number 1 overall qualifier. You don't have a second life, so you just come and get the job done. The first one by shooting a 13.5.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, BC. Well done.
So Eric, just for pride, can still bang out to win the match, even if we have a bang out from Brianna. So obviously, it's easier said than done to focus in and think about that way.
Both of them leaving corner. But that'll be enough for Brianna to win that match. So she will take her individual point, and then with total, BC will win 7-1.
So a good finish for BC. Obviously, congratulations to BC and congratulations to Ontario. Great tournament by both of them. And the number 1 seed did what the number 1 seed is supposed to do: take them out.
Yeah. Great bowling on part of all of the kids this weekend. It's been fantastic to watch. I know the BC kids have loved seeing like the comments supporting them as well. They are very thankful for everybody who had been even just watching the live streams. They felt the love and support from everyone. So
I'll zoom out a little bit. We can catch them celebrating a bit there off to the side.
Love it. We will want to do interviews with Ontario, and feel free to bring a couple of your bowlers. We don't mind asking a couple of questions to a couple of them. So if commentators here start thinking of some good questions.
Yeah.
And also we're going to interview BC in a little bit here as well. So we want to interview both teams. So people that are in the bowling centers, pass along the message. The tech coordinators do have their streams. And there's a nice shot of Ontario giving a congratulations.
I was going to say that is fantastic to
Yeah.
see what
BC
you're doing
there.
there. It's,
Yeah. Good sportsmanship.
yes.
Yeah, silver medal at a nationals. Nothing to be ashamed of. Obviously, you're gonna think about this game for a little while, but once you sort of maybe in a week or so, and you have time to reflect and realize what you have done, it'll sort of ease the pain a little bit.
Oh,
And
they are.
There we go.
Great sportsmanship you're seeing from them as well. And they
Awesome.
had such a great weekend too, watching them bowl.
Oh. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I got it.
Nice. Thank you, BC. Good job.
They're like, where is it? All right, I'll turn the OBS off here. I think we're all done with that.
Yeah, we'll remove that one out of the way. Oh, we don't need to see me front and center. Yeah.
Come on, Daryl.
Yeah, we do. Enough of that. So we'll just wait for first off Ontario. We want them to come and get their link, and we'll do some interviews with them. BC will interview you after, but Hey, good work, Kayla. You got the win to represent the BC flag. This is handing over something,
it
right?
was fantastic to see, and I enjoyed listening to the kids all weekend too. I got to kind of hear them. We taught them a new cheer that was kind of one that us older ones use down here. I did hear them use it once today, so I got the smile out of that. We've always liked our ice cold beer cheer down here, and we definitely taught that. I think the parents appreciated it more than the kids, but
fair.
You like what you're saying, though. It's just I'm glad that they were still, celebrating and having energy and doing their cheers. And we all know it wasn't the same as normal, but hey, we had well over 300 people watching that final. That's amazing.
That's fantastic.
And the amount of views that will afterwards that are going to watch it over and over and over. I mean, we're going to be into the thousands and thousands, right? So
yeah.
Perfect. So there's BC. We'll want to get Ontario. Who is helping with the Ontario setup? I believe John Cresswell today.
I believe John's there. If not, Sarah Gorman is there.
I don't think Sarah's there today. I got word. I think John Cresswell.
Could be Gary Kehoe.
Matt Wallace.
Matt Wallace is there. I'll send a quick text to Gary and say, grab how many. We want to coach in a bowler.
Yeah, I don't mind. We'll do a
bowlers.
Couple of bowlers. Obviously there is multiple factors there. So whoever they want to bring on, we can take a few minutes here. We are not going to do a full formal closing ceremonies, given the fact that the Constellation is still running at this moment, and people will likely be starting to travel and work their way. There will be a formal one that we'll likely look at doing something tomorrow. Maybe go live, maybe pre-record. Don't quite know yet, but again, this is live stream. We have to work on the fly and whatnot. So I did just send a link to Matt Wallace if he's got a phone, or I can certainly send a link to anybody else.
Matt's Ontario, right?
I was going to say
Ontario. Yeah, we wanted to interview
he
Ontario.
Needs to switch. He's doing it through the live stream. There's no. Oh, they have the audio. Actually, I can do that.
So while we're
doing it through the OBS.
While we're getting Matt, do we have a confirmed final on the B side?
I don't know, actually.
I will double check on that. Just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
If they might still be going or just wrapping up.
Oh, I just have them looking at it. 1 second.
So I've got Ontario with audio on the OBS stream there.
I'm going to bring them in.
Over the final match on the other side will be Manitoba versus Northern Ontario.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. We have got Ontario in the mix. How you doing? Matt Wallace, can you hear me with your group?
We can hear them.
I think
there they are.
Oh, yeah, I think they're on the delay.
Speak up louder, guys.
Hey, Eric, get over there. Ryan, squeeze over closer to Raven.
Yeah.
Come on, Eric, get over there. We're teammates. We can be nice and close. Come on, buddy.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Oh, you're going to have a... Is that on the
Oh, yeah.
Try now.
Can you hear us, Matt Wallace?
Thanks for joining us.
Maybe, Matt, you can just start with us and just let us know your thoughts. Obviously, a great day for Ontario to work their way up.
We can hear you. There seems to be a little delay in our response. Maybe, Matt, you can just start with us and just let us know your thoughts. Obviously, a great day for Ontario to work their way up. There seems to be a little delay in our response.
Turn this on.
Yeah. I can't hear them. This could be awkward.
So, coaches, just give us your thoughts. Obviously, start with on your team and the experience this weekend for us, please.
I don't know what they're saying. They don't have that. I can't hear.
Might not be working. Go figure.
Yeah, they didn't connect in directly.
For us, please. They don't have that.
Maybe. I'll try sending Matt the
Yeah,
StreamYard link right for his phone, and maybe he can connect on there.
Yeah, we can.
Amazing. Great job, you guys. It's been an experience and it was fantastic.
You have my phone.
Yeah, go through StreamYard. That link we sent to you, Matt. Obviously, that's the one we'd prefer you to be on instead of through the other one.
You have my phone. That link we sent to you, Matt. Obviously, that's the one.
Yeah, we're disconnected.
I just sent him the link again to his Facebook, so hopefully they can get on that way.
So use your phone. Use your phone instead of the lane camera, and just go.
So while we have that downtime, just for a quick second, shout out to all the parents, volunteers, spectators that came and watched all across the country. That is amazing to see the support that these kids got.
100%. And thank you to 5-Pin Universe too for all the hard work you guys did to make this run.
Absolutely
fantastic.
I like this wasn't put together in 3 days. So I can imagine this had been months. You guys were probably prepping this.
All right, there we go.
There we go. There we go.
There we go. Now we got you.
All right, you guys see us all?
We can see you now. You bet. Thanks for joining us. So congratulations on a silver medal, Team Ontario. You guys did a great job working your way up the step ladder.
Don't do that. No,
Stop it, Jen. Stop it. There you go.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
Just give us your thoughts, guys. Please, looking for a few comments from Ontario on how this experience was from you.
We're super proud of these kids and what they did, especially today, going up the ladder. This has been a weird experience, obviously, for some of us who've done other things before to be in this virtual setup and that sort of thing. But we're very proud of what they've done and what they accomplished and how they played today and stayed together as a team the whole time and lifted each other up. Our bench player was super loud while we were going through all of this. I know you might not have heard all that, but she definitely was. And she filled in when we needed her, and everybody played together as a team. It was great.
Congratulations, BC, on your gold medal. Congratulations, Alberta, on your bronze. These guys are super proud of themselves for their silver, and it was a great day competing against you guys. So thank you all.
Well, thank you guys. A great performance by you guys as well. We're glad to have played you. You guys were great. I know it was a hard fight today in your matches to get here. And your sportsmanship too, even from being a distance away, I can tell you guys are fantastic. So thank you.
How was your
team clapping in the background for you too? I'm hiding out in the office, but they are clapping for you.
Perfect.
How was it feeling today running up the stepladder? You guys joined us very early in the day and just continue to win matches. How was that feeling in the energy on the team?
These guys were full of fire all day. They didn't stop. So the fire that they brought from the first game early this afternoon right through to that gold medal game, we couldn't have asked for anything better. These guys were full of go, and they worked as a team. They gelled. Guys, what do you think? Anybody got anything? That's great. I had to throw like 7 balls. It was great. They had some real clutch shots. There was some great, teamwork from them all. I couldn't be prouder of these 6 sitting behind Matt and I. So great job, Team Ontario.
And you.
Yeah. Well, good job to Ontario. Any other players want to have a comment? What was it like for you guys playing? Obviously, live stream a little bit different than being in person, but still.
Go ahead.
It was a little nervous, a bunch of people watching, but we had the support from all our friends and family coming out, so that was awesome.
Yeah, we're here. We heard that there was tons of people traveling through that were maybe going to a Masters, going to a different tournament. So lots of people, plenty of people stopping in and seeing things there in Mountain Lanes.
Yeah, it was really good for us because since most of us were supposed to be at that tournament too, so it was really good.
Well, again, congratulations. There's your silver medal. Thanks for joining us here on this. We're going to interview with BC, do a quick little recap, and then we'll do some closing ceremonies at tomorrow another time. But Constellation is still going with another match, so we won't get too formal with closing. But thank you to Ontario being part of this event. Congratulations again on silver.
Thank you. Congratulations, BC on gold. You guys did great.
Oh, back to Daryl. Back to Daryl. And how about next up? Look at them getting all ready.
Woo!
Bravo. Congratulations, Team BC.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you guys.
Can hear us?
Oh.
Is there a delay or they just can't hear us? What do you think, Mitch?
No, they.
Is it on? Oh, it's on. It's on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah.
They might. Perfect.
Yeah. We just congratulations, national champions. Just give us your thoughts. How did the weekend go? Obviously, holding #1 spot overall. You only had to play one match today, so you probably watched a few teams working their way up Stepladder. What was the mentality and the ability to just get one game, focus on that, and get the job done? Tell us what you're thinking.
I can always walk out with my computer too if that's going to be easier.
Maybe
Are they-
Kayla? I don't know. They're not getting the sound.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
Kayla,
walk
run out
with
there.
if that's going to work. They can't touch these guys.
Oh, that's why. That's what we're at.
Well, that's what we're gonna do.
Guys talk through this one since you're kind of just staring at us dumbly.
The background.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's what we're gonna do.
Oh, we're so like.
Sorry, Davey.
Yeah, no, good. All right, you guys can hear us now. Are we better now?
Yeah.
They're just all shy. They don't want to say a whole lot. We can just all see Gavin. That's all. Yeah, no, good. How are we doing, BC? How are you feeling?
We're doing great. I think, our team came together really well this weekend. We all live in different places, so it was really cool to come together. And, our team spirit was really high the whole time, and I think that's, what kept us going. And, we lost the game and we rebounded. So, we have young kids. We have a star 13-year-old.
There you go.
And, we have a couple of guys who are aging out, so it was really special to be a part of and, work together with the coaches. So, yeah, it was a really interesting experience, but I think it worked out really well. And, yeah, and having people being able to watch all over, I think was really good for our sport. And, yeah, just getting exposure to the outside world.
Absolutely.
Amazing. How did it feel all morning not having to throw any of those early matches in the day and just being able to kind of relax? Was it a little bit tense, or was it like really easy and chill to just kind of relax this morning?
We all got an extra probably 3-4 hours of sleep. So that was lovely. But yeah, we came in and we got some practice in. So just really keeping it chill and just supporting one another and being with one another along the journey.
Amazing.
Now what? Are you all staying in town tonight and going home tomorrow? Are we going home today? What's the party look like? What's the celebration look like after this?
Terry, they're under 19.
Well, I know, but you can still be having a little team dinner and a little get together, or is it we got to get to school, we got to start traveling and heading your way back now?
Yeah.
We had a team dinner last night.
Yeah.
We're done. We're
Pre-celebration.
Yeah, right. And that's where Kayla learned all about your opening names that were she used in the bios.
Oh yeah. Did you?
She did them, yes.
Definitely.
The hamburger arms.
Once she said the first one, I knew we were in for a treat.
Oh yeah. Oh, better get.
But the good thing about this format is now you'll be able to go back, rewatch it. You'll be able to see those moments where you're introduced with those names you came up with at dinner, watch all your amazing shots and big games. So forever.
Is anyone aware of how many people were watching? No.
20K, you said, right?
It was over. It was over 300.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep. So
We had great support here from the parents. They had the kazoos out.
yeah, we could hear.
I think once we wrap it all up and start to see the numbers and the streams and the viewers, Gavin, I think that 20K is reasonable at the end of the day of how many people were watching. So that was the goal, and I think we definitely would have hit it once we start counting it all up. And then obviously post people will be watching, right?
For sure.
Thousands for sure. So good job to you guys. Here is your gold medal. So congratulations to you guys. We'll let you go celebrate, have a pop, have a pizza, do what you got to do. We're going to do a little recap here. We'll post produce another closing ceremonies, but congratulations to BC. Well-earned victory, being the number one qualifier and then getting the job done in the step ladder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, great job.
Good job. Okay, so we'll let them go. We'll let you guys go. Have a good one. And we'll go back to that. The four of us. There we go. That wraps up our day. Daryl Noble, we'll let you go first and we'll do a little wrap up here. But appreciate your time, and Kayla as well. Appreciate you both here for the weekend and spending time commentating all weekend. Kayla, Daryl, the last couple of days. Actually, all 3 days once we got her sorted out. But yeah, you guys are awesome.
Thank you very much. It was a blast, and I look forward if we go down this road again. I'll be more than happy to do this.
I'd have to agree. It was a great way to experience something new, and I still felt like I was in all the action, seeing it all. So,
I think the people in charge would probably prefer to be in person. So let's just leave it at that before we start committing to
probably
anything
always
else.
the goal, but I'm glad we still got to do it this way instead of having to cancel. So,
Yeah, you bet.
sure.
Okay, Daryl Noble, Kayla, we'll let you two go. And we'll
Have a
wrap
good
things
night.
up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you three. That was a fun day.
Great job, team.
Fun weekend.
Yeah. Killed it again, as per usual. It's easy when there's so much good bowling happening. Lots of things to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just do a quick recap here of our 3 medal winners. We'll maybe read off the rosters, if you don't mind. Katie, for Alberta.
For sure. Alberta winning the bronze medal this year. Jillian Collins, Michaela Sanderson, Brianna Nystrom, Jordan Lowen, Nathan Woodkovich, Matthew Cox, with coaches Heidi Mapstone and Steve Petrosivic, bowling out of Bonnie Doon Lanes in Alberta.
Perfect. And Mitch will do Ontario.
Seems fitting. That's where I grew up. Kyla Wallace, Raven Haymaker, Kaylee Milner, and for the boys, Eric Berg, Brian Luker, bowling out of Stony Creek. And I remember that because that's where my dad worked when I lived in Ontario. Colton Stewart, coaches Jennifer Hager, and Matt Wallace.
Perfect. And I will do the winning team from British Columbia: Kira Thurston, Brianna Zubkov, Addison Dallin, Nick Posnikoff, Gavin Wynn, Evan Borg, and coaches Karen Siernick, and our other coach we had from BC here was Jason Kennedy. Thank you, Jason. Sorry we missed you on that one, sir. And Consolation, we know, is still going. So we'll obviously look to hear the good word on who that was. Before we wrap here, I want to do a special thank you to all of our tech and all of our host coordinators. So these people, no particular order. So Steve Barker on commentary and tech for a couple of days. Al Paquette, a couple of days. Stephen Hill here from Bradson Group, who also did a lot of the graphic design and a lot of the videos and all that stuff for the whole weekend. Mark Johnstone, Dexter Wiseman. Thank you to you, Katie Rayner, for spending the last couple of days with us. Mitch Ryu, you're the man when it comes to streaming. Thank you so much for what you do for 5-Pin Universe for the last 3 days. Thank you to Carrie Kreitz, absolutely as well, founder of 5-Pin Universe, who crushed it, building out all these streams, all the data, a lot of graphics, a lot of work went into that.
A lot of time.
And then thank you to our C5 executive who, bought into this idea of let's doing a live stream event. So thank you to President Len Eveslison, Annette Bruneau, Tim Wiseman, Tim Gadd. Tim Gadd
Sheila
was on
Carr.
our committee, and Vanessa Gauvreau, corporate secretary, treasurer, who helped greatly in the administration and the organizing of things, and also Vanessa helping me with commentary yesterday.
And Sheila Carr.
And Sheila Carr, our executive director, who killed it on the back end on the stats. I'm sure that it was a little bit nervous on how is this going to work when I don't have a score sheet coming to me, but she stepped up and crushed it on the stats here for the weekend, for sure.
And of course, thank you to you and Bradson Group, helping with all the merch, helping with getting live streams going. Lots of time I know went into on the back end of all of this between you guys and 5-Pin Universe, working kind of hand in hand, and definitely a big undertaking, but successful.
It was a big one, but when we knew early on that we were up to the task, and that we've had the history proven with the 5PL, with the help of Bradson Group on the design and the creation, it certainly helps that we've got 3 of us here in the office that we can talk every day, and we have a tight group in amongst us here with 5-Pin Universe that we trust each other and know that we can pull off something of the magnitude to get it done. So some records were broken this weekend. That not surprising that coming out of this event, and many years to come, more records. That's what they're meant to be done, right? They're meant to be broken. So
100%.
We, like I said, again, we'll do a little bit more of a formal closing ceremonies. We'll let you know when that is. Thank you all, to you fans, to you parents, to the bowlers, for buying in, for being part of this. We believe it was a success. Maybe a little bit of hiccups here and there, but nothing that was catastrophic that crushed us. Very happy with the result of where this went in the end of the day. So,
yeah, congratulations, everyone.
We'll wrap up with just a series of commercials, maybe the highlight videos again so you can see, and then we're all done from this end. From 5-Pin Universe, we're signing off. Thank you all again.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Welcome to Lacombe Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy. Welcome to Drayton Valley Ford. Small town professional service. Real people. Real rewards. Real easy.